May make it later this morning. He had a prior commitment, but for the time being, we're not certain of that. I'd like to suggest that if you have a cell phone with you, that you shut it off or put it on silent. Other than that, at this time, we'll have the entry of appearance of counsel, beginning with applicant Kentucky Power, followed by the Attorney General and then Commission staff. So for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. My name is Mark Overstreet. I'm with the law firm of Stites and Harbison, 421 West Main Street, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40601. I'm appearing on behalf of Kentucky Power Company.
Thank you.
John Pollum, also Stites and Harbison, 250 West Main Street, Suite 2300, Lexington, Kentucky, 40507, appearing also on behalf of Kentucky Power.
Mr. McNeil.
Good morning, Vice Chairman. Justin McNeil and John Horn on behalf of the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. And for staff.
Good morning, Your Honor. Quan Nguyen on behalf of the Commission staff.
Thank you. I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, it has been given and was filed in the record last Wednesday.
Thank you. Are there any outstanding motions? I don't suspect that there are.
No, Your Honor.
Is there anyone here that would like to give public comment? Please come forward, state your name and place of residence.
My name is Fred. My name is Freddie Coleman, and I'm from Whitesburg, Kentucky. And I got about 3 or 4 pages here. Okay.
Have at
Okay.
it.
I'm not a very good speaker, so I'm going to read most of it. Okay.
Most of us aren't.
Okay, and I sure thank you. And, okay, I'm going to start off like this. As I understand it, thermal overloads and aging infrastructure was the main concern, main reasons for Kentucky Power wanting to do this hazard routing project. And according to case 219-00443, AEP, I mean, this is the process of getting jobs done. AEP picks up a project they want to do, out in the system. Okay, then they send it to PJ&M. PJ&M goes through it and approves it, sends it back, and then Kentucky Power brings the project that they want to do to the Kentucky Public Service Commission. And, and tries to get approval. Okay, I'm going to talk about Enterprise Industrial Park. About something, okay, during case 2018-00209, Enterprise Industrial Park, during this case, the Public Service Commission final order was that if Elder Blue got enough funds to build a factory, that Kentucky Power could go ahead and build a transmission line into Enterprise Industrial Park. Okay, Elder Blue goes bankruptcy. They file for bankruptcy. And they take a lot of people's investments that people made in Pikeville plus in Florida, and they took a lot of money from people. And they filed bankruptcy. Okay, now Kentucky Power has come up with a new plan to get to do the job since Elder Blue pulled out was the main reason. Because they pulled out and they didn't get the funding, they pulled out. So Kentucky Power has come up with another reason to get to do this Enterprise Park. And guess what that is? It is, just a minute, sure. I'm nervous.
Don't be.
Okay, it's thermal loads and voltage violations. That's what they come up with, and it's in case 2019-00443, page 71. So that they might, get to do the job, And it seems like they're using this thermal overloads and everything all the way across their system to get to do the jobs. And the thing that bothers me, can the people afford to modernize our system all at one time? I mean, all the jobs they bring in is so fast, They've got several jobs, going right now. And, you can't pay for it. They're coming so fast. I know Kentucky Power's making huge profits from these jobs. And they're going to have to slow down and do it in a reasonable rate of doing these sort of jobs, you know, where we can pay for them, because they're going to build up so much debt, we can't, but I better get back. Okay, getting back to case 2000-0154, I believe why Kentucky Power is doubling the water size on a transmission line, on the transmission line, the 168 to 138, okay, I'm getting mixed up, I'm sorry. I believe the reason that they are doubling the water on a transmission line carry more load. And also they're doubling the size of the transformer from 161,000 to 138,000 volt transformer to the transformer is from 135 megavolt amps, and they're doubling, almost doubling the size of the transformer. They're going to put a 350 megavolt amp in. And the main purpose for this, I believe, is that they want to carry more current, more load over the transmission line, the Wooten and the Hazard transmission line over to TVA and LG&E. They can carry a heavier load. And they got the big transformer to take the load, and the wires, double the wire size to carry the extra load. Because in eastern Kentucky, as we all know, I'm going to get back to my, as we all know, the system is in place already. Let's see, I'm getting as we all know, the system that we already have placed in eastern Kentucky has worked over the years. And we have not had any problems when all the mining and the coal tipples was operating. It worked fine. It carried the load, you know, back in, you know, when all the mines, and most of the mines is down right now. And the load is just not there. And, okay. Okay, since the population in East Kentucky is decreasing, mines still closing, people leaving to find work, and yes, the baby boomers. 20 years from now, most of us baby boomers won't be here, you know. So that's going to take a big whack out of the demand, you know. And, okay, and, okay, I asked the Public Service Commission to deny the Kentucky Power Company's case 2019-0015 because the Hazard substation is working just fine, and I don't know of any outages because of substation. I asked the Public Service Commission to deny this case because Kentucky Power should only fix the violations on the transmission line. And someday, when they get some of this debt paid off or something, they can come back and do the hazard project, you know, if it's needed, big time. And I also have something else that I would like to talk about. The big question, can Kentucky Power customers afford all this debt? Kentucky Power has come up with a lot of projects and will propose a lot more projects in the future because they will try to rebuild their entire transmission system in all 20 counties. And I mean, how are we going to afford all this debt? I mean, it's coming, and they don't care about the people that pays power bills and stuff, poor people and stuff. They're going to have to do it at a slow rate, and to keep the power bills low. Okay, I'm going to read a list of some of the debt. Okay, $550 million for Mitchell. The Big Sandy Rider started out $207,727,914. Okay, after they pay 25 years on it, it's going to be $424,727,914. Okay, at Rockport, the Public Service Commission deferred 50 million plus interest to the next rate increase that will go on next from Rockport. Okay, not counting, I guess, the 20 million that when Rockport runs out in 2022, that would take like 20 more $million. It will be added to that. Okay, now Rockport's wanting $11 million and $877,342 for environmental equipment at Rockport on the number 2 generating unit. Okay, and also they approved $3 million and something other, the last rate increase for Unit 1 environmental equipment. Okay, on case number 2019-0072, $65 million was approved for WVEDA bonds. I guess that's West Virginia, some kind of bonds. And then $210,000 were approved for general purpose for Kentucky Power to use. And then in 2023, there will be a solar farm that they'll be wanting to put online, and we have to pay for it. Okay. And then some of the projects, the Hazard-Wooten project, $16 million for the transmission line, $28 million for the Hazard and Wooten substation. Then there's a Cannonsburg project. I don't have no figures on that. East Kentucky Park, 138 kVA, $22.4 million. And then Boyd County improvements, then Chadwick Station improvements, Johns Creek and Stone project, and Enterprise Industrial Park. Okay, I asked the Public Service Commission as a Kentucky Power customer to get Kentucky Power under control. I asked the PUC to stop letting Kentucky Power overload its customers with debt so they can make huge profits. I asked the Kentucky Public Service Commission to put Kentucky Power on a pay-as-you-go project, so on a pay-as-you-go basis for projects. That means when Kentucky Power customers gets one project paid for, then let Kentucky Power start another project. By pay-as-you-go, Kentucky Power could get all its projects done in a manageable and a timely manner, and keeping the customers' power bills at more affordable rates. Okay, right here, for instance, I'm going to talk about case 2014-00396. That's when they retired Big Sandy. Okay, take the Big Sandy rider, which started off at $207,727,914 after. Okay, start off at that. Then after 25 years, it totals $424 million. And let me see, I got it wrong. And $424 million and something other here. I can't read that. $715. And the payments is $16,960 and $949 for a year. On this loan, with interest for the first year, the interest for the first year on this loan was $13,574,166. And see, with $13,574,000, you could build a lot of projects just on interest you'd save right here. I mean, and we got to do business. I mean, I know they have to redo their line, you know, eventually it ain't going to last forever, but we need to do it in a smarter and a better way. And, okay, I'm going to go, but I asked the Public Service Commission to freeze Kentucky Power on future projects. And we need to get some kind of system that will work and keep the rates low for the customers, because if they keep going the rate they're going, people won't be able to afford electricity. I mean, they're not thinking. They're putting so much debt on people, and there are a lot of people out here has very little money, and they can't afford it. These extra charges you add on to them. They're just barely surviving. And that's one reason I'm standing here. You know, most of the public, they don't come in, they don't come into these meetings and stuff, you know. And then I heard, they don't take the time to check, and they complain a lot, but they don't do nothing. But I've got a exhibit here. Exhibit 1, it comes from case 2019-00154. It was from, referred to Wonka's testimony, page 8. It's the list, breakdown of the prices of the components and labor, construction, commissioning, and in engineering. Now, all this year, these prices right here, you've got the prices for the components. They all estimate. Why couldn't they get an estimate from the vendor or the person that sells them the product and bring it before the commission, the actual price? Because right here, you just don't know. You're just taking somebody's word. And, you know, they could be inflated way up there. Okay, on construction, I think right here on construction, they're taking advantage of Kentucky Power customers. 6 million, 7, this is an estimate, I know. But if they charge as much, they are taking advantage of Kentucky Power customers. $6,724,685. And this is about, I'd say 3 times too much, because that power plant there at Lothar is already built and in place. All they have to do is to change out components, transformers and things like that, you know. All you gotta do is change them out. I know, and it should not take no $6,724,685. Okay, get on commissioning. I had to look that up, see what that was. So I found out what that was. Now, it shouldn't cost $3,367,822. It shouldn't cost that much to commission. Commissioning is where they go in and test equipment, relays, test the transport and everything, make sure everything is working properly. You know, where they can phase it in with PJ&M's transmission line, you know. That's commissioning. And it shouldn't cost no $3 million some for that. People, Kentucky customers being taken advantage of. And it's not right. Okay. Engineering. That's your engineering. $5,592,910 for engineering. Just for that little 2-acre power, I believe it's 2 acres what substation sets. And I mean, that's ridiculous charging prices like that, because it takes very little engineering to do that project, because it's already sitting there. All we have to do is switch most of the parts, most of the transformers are going to go back right where they were when they switch them out, if they ever switch them out. But the reason I brought this up, if they are overcharging on this project, they are on all the others. And I realize them and their affiliates have to make a profit, but it is unfair what they're charging. Even me, a very smart person, can figure that out, which I was an electrician for about 25 years.
I was going to ask you what your occupation was.
Yeah.
So you're an electrician? Could you
I was a
say-
coal mine electrician. I worked underground 37 and a half years in my coal mine.
Just for my benefit, can you state your name again?
Freddie Coleman,
Freddie Coleman?
yeah. And that sums up what I got to say, but I'd like to thank you for listening to me, and I thank Kentucky Power for the good job they're doing. But we need to do things smarter and a better way, and keep the power bills low for people who can afford them. And I thank you guys too, everybody, for listening to me. I'm not very good at this.
All right, it looks like you spent a lot of time in preparation. And
Yeah, I did.
I would suggest that all your written materials, if you'd like to leave a copy with staff, that they can put it as part of public comments.
Okay.
They can even make a copy for you and give it back to you.
If I could get a copy.
Can you handle that, Quan? Well, thank you for your comments. We
Okay.
do appreciate it.
Okay, I thank y'all. I got two of these.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Mr. Overstreet, do you have witnesses?
I do, Your Honor. The first witness we'd like to call is Rainey Wanhus.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Mr. Overstreet?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wanhus, please state your name, position, and place of business.
My name is Rainey Wanhus. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory and Finance for Kentucky Power, and I work out of Ashland, Kentucky.
And did you cause to be filed in the record of this proceeding direct testimony and responses to data requests?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or supplementation of either your testimony or your responses to the data request?
I do not.
And if you were asked those same questions here this morning, would your responses be the same?
They would.
Mr. Wanhus is available for cross-examination, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. McNeil, do you have any questions?
Just a few. Thank you, Vice Chair. Good morning, Mr. Wanna.
Good morning.
So, can I take it, you said there were no changes to your testimony or your responses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So have there been no other developments that would change any of the financial projections or prices in the project since responses were filed?
That is correct.
Okay. Has any construction on the process begun?
Not on the components of this, filing this here, no.
So what, is anything other than that?
Well, so in the previous case, on the transmission line,
Okay.
construction of the roads to the transmission line has been built, and they've started construction on foundations and so forth of some of the transmission.
Okay. In your testimony, on page 7, you had mentioned that, and sort of in the same vein, that as the project goes along, there are developments that would either change the price or the certain project elements that would be involved. You mentioned that capacitor bank BB, you had determined that it no longer needed to be moved. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you just tell me is there an internal process, a formal process for that sort of determination? Are you involved with it? How does that work?
So, I'll give you a high level, and then I think you could ask both Mr. Laszlo or Mr. Ali for more details. But engineering-wise, they're constantly looking at how they're constructing or configuring whatever they're going to build, whether that's a substation or whether it's a transmission line. And so they internally are always looking for better, more efficient ways to construct, to make sure that things, for instance, in the hazard substation, there's limited room. And so they're always looking for how to use it without expanding or in those nature of that nature. So they are constantly, as far as the engineers, looking at the process. I am not involved in those decisions as an accountant and regulatory. I leave it up to them for those decisions.
Okay, but there is local input from probably Mr. Laszlo Engineering.
That is correct.
Okay, okay. To your knowledge, is the in-service date for the project still the same?
For what project?
For this project and this application?
My understanding is it's a little bit dependent upon when we get approval of this. I think the now in-service date is December of '21. And so, but that is needing an order no later than May of this year in order to get started on the construction.
No further questions.
Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wonas.
Good morning, sir.
Exhibit 2 to the application has a list of all of the project components that are being proposed in this application, is that correct?
I believe so. Let me check.
Your Honor, we anticipated that there may be questions about Exhibit 2, so we made some additional copies so people would have it available, if that would be
Sure,
helpful.
go ahead.
So yes, Exhibit 2 is all the project components.
Okay. Do you all have,
Sorry, Your Honor.
You don't need
We
one.
made them for you, and then...
Thank you.
so I don't want to refer to any specific one on here, but it appears for the majority of them, the reason for the replacement of an upgrade of those components were due to either age or deterioration or obsolescence. Would that be correct?
Yes, there's an exhibit, an attachment, one of the data requests that lists. But yes, that is true.
And to the extent, if you know now, are these components, are they fully depreciated?
Some of them probably would be. We don't, so when we look at our plant, depreciation-wise, it's not by item specifically. And so if you look at depreciation for station equipment, normally had a life of, I think, 30 to 40 years, and this is older, so they probably, most of it would have been fully depreciated.
Okay, so
So
for,
let me ask one question.
sure.
Sure.
So you don't identify or segregate into category anything except by the entire substation?
By plan account, so in other words, we would, by the FERC accounts, we would list, so you would list some of the major items, such as, say, a transformer,
gonna
or,
say.
I'm sorry, or one of the large items you would, but a bunch of the relays and those of that are being installed, we would not specifically identify.
Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
Because I
I'm
was going to
sorry.
say, if you are throwing everything into one asset life, you are, I think you've overstepped the
No,
intent.
it's, for the, a lot of the items here, we don't, but for the, like I say, the large, what we call compatible unit items, we do it by specific component.
Sorry.
That's okay. So for instance, like the circuit breakers, would those components be large enough to be categorized within their own plant account?
Yes,
Okay, transformers as well?
yes.
Okay, so to the extent that those are being replaced, those components are being replaced as proposed in this case, those items are fully depreciated that you are aware of?
Yeah, I don't know if they're older than 30 to 40 years, they would be fully depreciated because that's the life that we have for that type of equipment.
Okay. Would you have any involvement in terms of, say, the budgeting of the maintenance aspect of substations?
Not in, so I would be involved only in providing general funds to them, but not, so each year as we look at a budget process, so the distribution functions and the transmission functions, they come and they propose an O&M budget to fix, various things, and we say that, all right, we only have so many O&M dollars towards maintenance, and so but we say you're gonna have to kind of prioritize where you spend those dollars. So we trust them to do that. We just provide, or what my team does is that here's the total O&M dollars that's available to be used in operation and maintenance expenses for the year.
Okay. And so is the total O&M dollar for a specific project or for maintenance for a substation, that's determined at the company level? At Kentucky
Ask that
Power?
one more time, please.
So for the total amount that can be budgeted, that the transmission planning has to work within, is that amount developed at the Kentucky Power level?
It will go, we have some general, if we have a large outage or something where it can be, some of it can be specific to a project. But so it's definitely at Kentucky Power level, but then on specific items, especially if it's a large maintenance, they would specify a particular, let's say that we had a large maintenance coming out on a particular substation. They would list that specifically, and then we have what we call general blanket dollars that get spread over whatever they feel necessary.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Dr. Matthews?
What are the rate impacts? I know some of the projects are baseline, some are supplemental. Those are treated differently in PJM. So they would have different rate impacts to Kentucky Power customers. Baseline project, Kentucky Power only pays a portion. Supplemental projects, Kentucky Power pays for the project. So have you calculated the rate impacts of this $25+ million spend?
We looked at, it would be, in general, it would have been less than 1% impact on the customer. We didn't do the analysis or make it, but it was not that big of an impact for just this component of rates.
Okay, are there other baseline projects in the larger AEP zone that are being allocated to Kentucky Power? And what would the cumulative impact of all that transmission spending be on rates?
So first part of it is yes, they get allocated. I do not know the impact of those. I haven't done the calculation of what the impact of all the baseline projects across the AP system have on Kentucky Power.
And do you have a budget for the next 5 years, 2 years, 3 years on expected transmission system build out and replacement in the Kentucky Power service territory?
Yes, we do.
And how is that how's that done? Who does that? Mr.
So,
Ali?
the transmission group of which Mr. Ali is part of, we work together, we have meetings, and we discuss projects. And we discuss projects out 5 years and sometimes farther due to reliability issues, customer issues, and we develop, and we have to do this as far as to, corporate AEP, and those dollars, are budgeted, are then submitted to Columbus Corporate to review, and they're established each year. Then, so I would have a 5-year forecast, of which the first year, so let's just say, for example, the Hazard-Wooten line, that the transmission line would have been budgeted for X million, and it would have been, the dollars would have been covered, let's say, over two calendar years based on the construction cycle. And then we adjust that as things proceed. For instance, the East Park with the Brady construction of that line has been delayed, waiting for things. So we adjust that budget each year for those types of things. So we establish a 5-year, then each year we look at it, and, it's a moving 5-year to adjust those targets in conjunction with distribution and our generation spend. So we look at a capital outlay for total Kentucky Power generation, transmission, and distribution, and based on the priorities of everything, then make a decision on the spend for each year.
So is that allocated to Kentucky Power based upon some formula that includes a return on equity that's been awarded by the commission, or is that determined on the age of the system relative to the age of the other operating companies, or the probability of aging out, a problem? How's that dollar figure that you are given arrived at? Does the dollar figure come first, or does the list of projects come first, or they kind of work in?
No, it's a fair question. We build it from the ground up, saying this is what we need. None of our calculations are based on the return. All right, they are based on need, reliability needs, customer needs, age of infrastructure.
And that's your calculations, and we just walked through how you do your calculations from the AEP system with limited amount of resources to many uses, potential uses. How's that allocation done, down to the Kentucky Power?
So each operating company submits their capital budgets to them, and then they meaning corporate, finance and accounting, look at all the needs of all the operating companies, and I'm not involved in any of those particular discussions, but they're trying to do it to an apples to apples based on the need, the age, the reliability issues, and I don't know for sure, but possibly on the return. Okay, it's very possible. I'm just not aware.
I think that's been testimony in the past in a rate case when you're wanting it to be higher, that it helps attract capital to
Sure.
Kentucky Power. If I looked back 5 years, would I see these projects be in your list of priorities?
You should see some of those, yes.
And so some of them might be kind of ordinary course of business because they're the aging out. I mean, I read some of this and it was built in 1940, leaking oil. Some of it sounds, recognizing I'm an economist, not an engineer for a reason. Some of it, seems pretty urgent, or at least it's presented as being pretty urgent. So would I have seen any of these be just a natural, again, ordinary course of business, taking care of the system?
So Mr. Laszlo would be
Okay.
a great one to ask, but, as, he will tell you that, some of these projects, that he is constantly bringing to the attention of the transmission folks, us internally for dollars, saying, we have infrastructure that there's a need. And so, it's kind of like the tires on your car. Different one of us, different folks, as soon as you get down to, a quarter an inch or whatever, would change those tires. Others would try to get as much wear out of them, trying to make sure they replace them before we have a blow out a tire. And so, that's a lot of what we do, is trying to look at how much risk, and it's a gut feeling, and Mike and them will attest to that, of when is the right time. I know a lot of questions come about as to why now? Why didn't you do this 5 years ago and such?
That's essentially where I was going.
And, it's constantly a day, a year to year, day to day, where you're looking at the load on the system, and what yes, there's a lot of coal mines that are going down, but there's other customers that are still certain areas that there's no coal mines on those lines that need to be upgraded. And the last thing that we want is a major catastrophe of a transmission line going down. So it's just a constant looking at what are the conditions, and Mike can speak to those specific things they look at to determine when we pull the trigger to invest the funds, to go to PGM, to go to the commission for approval to do a project.
Are there other areas of the system that have infrastructure that's in similar condition, and this kind of came to the top because the marginal cost of doing this, since you're doing this in the area anyway, was lower than an individual project that would stand alone over here?
So you're talking about transmission projects?
Yeah.
Yes, there's other conditions on the system, and I'll let Mike and Cameron talk to specifics if you want, but that we're constantly looking at. And we, in this case, there was, part of the reasons of doing this was, number one, you had the baseline violation, so we had to fix. But in conjunction with that, the whole idea is so that we have as few outages as possible to do this work at the same point in time to get the efficiencies of scale of having that done. So, yes, there are other conditions of similar around Kentucky Power System.
Looking at the baseline project and the project that was approved in the CP, the last case.
Mhm.
Were some of the costs of this project, I guess I'm trying to have a bright line between the baseline project and the supplemental projects. Right? Where, I think maybe this is a better question for Mr. Ali.
Okay.
Mr. Liza. And back to my question of the rate impacts of the baseline and the supplemental, how much of this project, of the $25.3 million, is allocated baseline and supplemental?
I don't have it broken down that one. I can get it for you, but I don't have it.
But you understand where I'm going with that. How much of it is cost shared across the larger zone, and how much of it is allocated to just this zone? I would think that would be a,
I understand the question. I don't have the
Okay.
answer to that.
can we have that in a post-hearing data request?
Or if one of the other witnesses is able to testify on that. If not, then we can ask that in a post-hearing data request.
I think Mr. Ali could address your issue.
Good deal, thank you. Someone help me remember to ask him.
I have it written down to ask.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Wanhas.
You're welcome.
I want to go to your tire analogy.
Mhm.
And I look at the exhibit that was handed out, and it says, manufactured in 1960, experienced 82 faults, well above recommended 10. And the next one is 1974, experienced 184 faults, well above the recommended 10. The next one is 193 faults, well above the 10. The next one's 221, well above the 10. And the next one is 354 faults. what kind of assessment, type of tire gauge are you using to assess the safety and reliability of the system? I mean, this almost looks like you're just rolling the dice and seeing how far you can go with it.
Well, I'm going to pass on that one to Mr. Laszlo from the standpoint of knowing the details of the system and what those faults really, what a fault means and so forth. All I can say is that, we have conditions all the time that you're looking at, and I'll let them answer your question. It's a fair question, I just don't have the detailed answer.
Well, you indicated that there may be categorization of a fault, I guess, between de minimis and being critical. Is that what you're implying?
No, I'm implying that Mr. Laszlo
Okay.
needs to address it.
From an accounting perspective, useful life, that has to be a situation where if you're having an interaction all the time and discussing the planning and where these dollars should go to, if the useful life of an asset has been consumed, that means it's fully depreciated, at least from the perspective of what was anticipated as a useful life has now been exhausted. Would that be a fair statement?
That'd be very fair.
And shouldn't that be a parameter that's used when examining whether some type of facility component needs to be replaced?
And it is correct.
So I'm back to, again, are we rolling the dice? Because the ages on some of these are all over the place. I can go back into 1940s, 1973, 1960, 1974, 1985. Is that considered in this planning process?
The answer is yes. I wouldn't consider rolling the dice just from the stack of a pure, well, I hope. It is more of, looking at the equipment, how it's operated, looking at those faults and everything, and looking at everything we have on the system and making decisions. So to some extent, you are stepping out, saying, boy, I hope I get the next, but it's more of a, based on expertise of the engineers and so forth, that they think, well, based on the total needs of the system, we move forward.
I guess my point is, you're using dollars as part of your parameter to determine whether or not there's a need, and safety and reliability isn't necessarily a function of dollars, it's a function of being safe and reliable. And it shouldn't come down to a project that you put in place on a total project basis associated with something else that should have been done in a normal operating and maintenance perspective. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would say that safety is first with everything that we do. Safety of our employees, the safety of our customers, the reliability of our customers. And as Mr. Coleman stated, there's a lot of dollars that are being spent, and that on the Kentucky Power, the AP system, and we constantly look at, I would not say at all that we're ignoring safety, that we're ignoring reliability at all, but there's just so much dollars, and I know that Mr. Coleman stated that we're spending too much, but, we actually, could spend a lot more to get our transmission, speaking transmission, since it's with this case, transmission infrastructure more current. And but we don't take lightly at all the reliability and the safety of the customers in our decisions.
So my concern is depreciation is a non-cash item, correct?
That is correct.
And if you place depreciation in a base rate, which typically happens, it's based on your investment, and you depreciate it fully out, which means that over the course of whatever the useful life of the asset is, you've generated cash for a non-cash item, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so now, you're at the end of the useful life, and you haven't used those funds to reinvest, which is the purpose of depreciation, to spread out your costs over a period of time that's commensurate with the useful life of it, so that the revenues and the expenses kind of match, right?
But I would say we do use the funds to reinvest. That's what I would say we do.
But your exhibit doesn't say that.
Well, again, but there's a lot of projects, you know, that are being, those funds are being used and they're being prioritized, and, you know, this one has now come up that it needs to be done. So we are taking those funds and using them to reinvest for the good of the system. There's just a lot of projects. Your theory, the way you're looking at it is proper. It's just that we can't look at it strictly in a tunnel of just this project. You'd have to look at everything that we've been doing over time, is all I'm saying.
So based on that, how many of these types of assets would I find fully depreciated and with a useful life that exceeds the anticipated useful life by a large margin? Because if I go back into the 1940s, I know that those assets have to be well beyond what anybody anticipated.
I think if there's not an exhibit in here, I know Mr. Ali can address, there's a lot within Kentucky Power that are past their depreciated life. They're fully depreciated that we still have on the system, and you know, we're constantly evaluating that. We have a lot. I know we've provided that slide in some informal conferences. I don't know if it's a part of this, in this package of this case, but we have a lot of equipment that is well beyond what we thought was initially the useful life. And Mr. Ali can address, you know, a lot of that information.
And you feel very comfortable that the system is safe and reliable, even though it appears that many of the assets may be beyond their useful life?
I do, you know, and Mr. Laszlo, you know, constantly, you know, reminding me for dollars to get these things, and with the amount of dollars, we're doing the best we can, and we've been successful thus far, and I hope we continue to be that way.
And don't get me wrong, I'm all for the utilities being conscious of their costs. What concerns me is when cost considerations affect safety and reliability, and if the utilities don't spend when they're earning the revenue on those assets that have reached the end of their useful life, or make the system unsafe or unreliable.
And I can tell you, I and the company has the same, that's something we're constantly evaluating to, you know, do the best that we can with the dollars we have without affecting safety, reliability, but still taking those dollars and growing the system. I agree with you 100%.
The chairman has joined us, and I don't know if you have any.
No, I have no questions.
No questions. Mr. Overstreet, would you like to cross?
Can I redirect?
Yeah, whatever you'd like to do, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wanhas, I think I just have perhaps a single question. And if you could turn to the company's response to AG 1-14, please.
I'm there.
Okay, and it's Mr. Ali's response, but I want to direct your attention to the second literary paragraph of the response. And the second sentence says, finally, because Kentucky Power does not run the electrical components of its system to failure, replacement of equipment before it fails is necessary. And my question is it your understanding, or do you agree with Mr. Ali's statement that Kentucky Power does not run the electrical components of its system to failure?
Absolutely.
That's all I have here.
Mr. McNeil, do you have any other questions?
Nothing further.
Mr. Nguyen?
Nothing further.
Dr. Matthews?
I got nothing.
Going once, going twice. Will this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you. Give another witness, Mr.
Yes,
Overstreet.
Your Honor. We'd like to call Michael G. Laszlo. Mr. Pollan will present him, and while Mr. Laszlo is coming to the stand, Mr. Pollan has a question for me, not being inattentive.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Mr. Overstreet.
Mr. Pollan will present.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Powell.
Would you state your name, position, and place of business for the record, please?
Okay, Michael G. Laszlo. My position with Kentucky Power is reliability manager, and my place of business where my office is, other than my company vehicle and laptop, is at Hazard, Kentucky.
And did you cause to be filed in this matter testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or changes to
I do
those
have a few.
responses or
I
testimony?
do have a few. They're minor in nature. It's in my direct testimony, and it's on page, well, it really starts on the question on page 9, line 13. It says, what equipment comprises the Hazard substation? And I go on the remainder of page 9 and 10, and the top part of 11. Well, I'd left off, there's one other item that's not included in this bullet list, which is a 69 kV circuit switcher AA. And it's associated 13.2 MVAR 69 kV capacitor bank that's connected to the Hazard bottom number 1 line. And that as part of this project, that equipment will be retired. And then also on page 14, this is more grammatical,
This is again your direct
my
testimony?
direct testimony, page 14, line 6. It's where the sentence says, can jeopardize continued service to the distribution grid and the company's customers because the transmission and elements link generation. We need to strike out the word and, so it should read because the transmission elements link generation and distribution. And then on the answer to the next question, on the same page, page 14, on line 15, associated relay upgrades, the Hazard substation will separate dissimilar transmission and zones of protection, I should say, dissimilar transmission zones of protection. Remove the and.
Any other corrections or changes to your testimony or responses to data requests?
No.
Taking those corrections and changes into account, if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Laszlo is available for cross-examination.
Mr. McNeil?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Laszlo.
Good morning.
In response to Attorney General's data request, second data request, response 10, you, I believe it's you answering, Mr. Ali was also on the question, but you answered that circuit breaker R, I'll let you get there.
AG 210?
Yes, you got it. And I apologize, it's subpart A. So the question was identify any portion of the application where the company declined to upgrade certain equipment. And the answer was, based on current circumstances, circuit breaker R is not required to be upgraded. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you speak to that decision? Were you involved in that?
That, at a high level, that's probably better to be answered by witness Ali, but
Okay.
actually R is really not, as part of this, wasn't really part of this project. So if it wasn't part of the project, we didn't decline to do a project.
So was it was never originally part of the project at all?
That's correct.
Okay, and I guess this.
I mean, it does have asset needs, like the other breakers, but at this time, we chose not to do the project because there is actually a future project that we are considering that, if you remember in 2014, we had the 138 kV line that came from Soft Shell to Bonneman, where we would like to bring that or I would, as a reliability guy, to make the system stronger, would bring the 138 from Bonneman to Hazard. And that would be where the 138, that line would be converted to 138. So we deemed it wouldn't be prudent at this time to spend the money to replace breaker R and then come back in the potentially in the near future and have to remove it.
So that the part of the determination is that you plan a future project and it would be better, you think, be more efficient to
That's correct.
address it at that time, okay. And this sort of goes into the question I asked Mr. Wanas about moving capacitor bank BB, where that was determined, you did not need to move that in this project, is that correct?
Yeah, the engineers and designers that were working on this project, initially to implement the baseline, to get the transformer where it needed to be, they thought we would have to move that. We still want to address it, we still want to replace it, but it's not part of the baseline. It's a supplemental need. So once you actually do the constructability analysis, we actually go to the footprint of the station and you start looking where things might fit on the clearances that you have and the ability to get your heavy equipment in there and move things around, do it efficiently and safely. Then they determined that it didn't really have to be moved for the baseline.
So what is your role in the local role? How does that work with AEP in Columbus? And is it when that constructability analysis is begun? Is that when you weigh in more?
Now, my role in all of this is more on the operations side of the system. I'm the reliability manager, so I look at, causes, SAIDI, SAFE, CADI numbers, the performance of the system, both station transmission and distribution. So if I see needs that would require transmission work, such as like a new station, because we have a lot of long distribution feeders that have a lot of exposure. So to address those, to improve reliability, there's some places I'd like to have a new station built so that we could have new distribution circuits and reduce the size of the distribution circuits. That would improve reliability. So we have meetings at least quarterly and sometimes more often, even with Mr. Ali and his team. And, they have their needs, we have our needs, and then we'll prioritize those. Because there's, budgeting, you never have enough, at least in my perspective, resources to address every need. So you have to have a prioritization. So then there's generation needs, transmission needs, and distribution needs. So I'm not so much involved in the generation, but that's mainly my role as far as Kentucky Power with AEP transmission.
Okay. Would you say that part of your role is looking at the number of conditions on certain equipment?
Yes. Early in my career, I was station supervisor for the Hazard District. So I had 10 station mechanics, and we actually did the maintenance on Hazard Station and other stations. So that's my perspective, is on the condition, the performance.
Okay. And is it true that manufacturers, they give out a number of faults or conditions that can be on a certain piece of equipment before its life is over? Is that correct?
Not before its life is older. I know
How would you-
previous witness, and Commissioner Cicero asked the question about, that had age and had hundreds of operations, and you think, well, it's worn out. Well, really, those breakers aren't the same nuts and bolts as they were when they started out, because the recommendations are, if they have a certain number of operations, that you actually take the breaker out of service, and then you do an external and internal inspection. You take the oil out, you drop the tank. The components that wear the most are the moving and stationary contacts. So when it interrupts an arc, there is some erosion, and after time, you have to replace those. So you'll do measurements and see what the wear is and replace those. We filter the oil or replace the oil your minor components like valves or switches or, you know, similar to the automotive analogy, like you have say you have a 1950 car, and here it is, year 2000. Not all the parts are the original parts. You know, you've replaced them over time. You know, brake pads, tires, maybe alternator, starter, radiator, that kind of stuff, water pumps. But you do finally get to a point based on the need that you do need to replace it.
And so that's sort of where I was going, and Mr. Juan has sort of said it's a gut feeling. I mean, where is that, how do you determine where that need is and where it wins?
I would say it's more than a gut feeling. It's just good engineering and operational judgment based on experience and conditions. So there's lots of factors. It's, you know, the condition of the asset, you know, its exposure in the past. Another thing, like on faults too, when they say 10 faults, that's 10 faults at the maximum rating of the breaker. So most of the faults have lower energy than that, so they don't have as much erosion or damage to the internal components as a full rated fault.
So it's broken down more, there's more data, there's more science to input behind.
Right, that's correct.
Okay. No more questions at this time.
Mr. Wayne?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Laszlo.
Good morning.
So in your, you mentioned that is it your primary responsibility is reliability manager for Kentucky Power? Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and then also part of your function on page 2 of your direct testimony was you provide input regarding the planning activities of AEP transmission and distribution assets, planning groups regarding overall system performance, recommendation, evaluation of large system improvements, and new service to large and commercial and industrial customers too. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So as part of your overall responsibility with Kentucky Power, you do an assessment identification of any particular needs at a substation for improvement, replacement, or upgrade.
Yes,
Okay. And to the extent that of your involvement with respect to the hazard substation, can you refer to Kentucky Power's response to staff's first data request, item number 4? I know you didn't sponsor this response, but I just want to ask you a question with respect to the response that was provided.
so it's Kentucky Power Staff 1-4.
Yes, sir.
Just give me a moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, I can provide the witness with my copy.
Go ahead.
Through all this PJM stuff here. Okay, I have it.
Okay. The question asked, based upon the AEP process that for addressing transmission identified needs, and whether any of the project components that are proposed in this case with respect to the, in this case, were any of those project components or elements identified as needing to be addressed within the last 10 years based upon the AEP transmission criteria. And the response is that all of the transmission elements that is being proposed to be replaced or upgraded were identified within the last 10 years as needing to be addressed. So As part of your involvement in evaluating and assessing the needs of the hazard substation, were any of the components that are requested to be replaced or upgraded, were those provided and prioritized within the last 5 years as needing to be addressed?
That's probably a better question for witness Ali, as far as the prioritization. I mean, we've had needs there
Well,
for
let me
years.
let me ask you from, just from the operating company perspective. Do you, and you mentioned that you have quarterly meetings with
Yes.
AEP Transmission to, go over the identified needs as well as prioritization of those needs. So, is there at the Kentucky Power level, identification of the needs as well as the prioritization of those needs? Do you
Yes,
develop
there is.
those?
Yes.
Okay, so from the Kentucky Power level, were the project components that is proposed to be replaced and upgraded in this case, were those identified and prioritized by Kentucky Power within the last 5 years as needing to be replaced or upgraded?
Yes.
Okay. Within the last 10 years, would that be the case?
Most of the components, yes, I would say that.
Okay. So why isn't it until, I guess, 2019, when Kentucky Power, or I guess 2018, when Kentucky Power filed the application for the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity to replace and upgrade these items, and not before?
So, can I rephrase your question? You're
Sure,
asking
I'm
why
just
did we wait,
questioning- I'm
why did
just-
we wait till now?
Right, the timing of the need to replace it.
Well, there's needs all across our system. And you have to look at the timing of, like, in this case, you have the baseline violation. You have the age of the assets, the performance of the assets. You have other transmission lines that need work. You have other stations that need work. You have other parts of our system that need work. So when we have our meetings, we talk about all this and then plan out when this work can occur, and then an estimated cost of how much it's going to cost. Do we have the funds to sustain the work? My involvement with Hazard Station is like, well, we've needed that, the line that we're working on right now, it was built, in the run-up to World War II out of wood structures, so it's, in poor condition, with the poles, as you can imagine. But until, still the conductor and everything was still sufficient capacity. But now, we need to do that as the baseline. The number 3 transformer, it's been an issue for a while. It's a 1941 vintage. So, that's been an issue. As far as the particular other assets of the breakers and all that, those needs mainly bubble up from the transmission organization, which is asset performance and risk. So when we develop a project like this one that we're talking about as the subject of this certificate, it's a fairly large project with the baseline part. And then you have these other needs that you say, well, while we're here, let's take care of the asset needs. And then while we're doing the asset needs, we're adding some additional sectionalizing equipment to improve the reliability performance of the system for the future. So instead of doing it piecemeal, do this asset, do that asset, do this asset, because you have to mobilize your construction crews, you have to schedule outages. Now, in the past at Hazard, we have replaced some assets there as we've needed over time. Like when I started, breaker M and breaker N, were old oil field, oil interrupter breakers. Those have been replaced. The 34 to 12 kV transformer number 5, it's not the original transformer. It had been replaced. We added the transformer number 4, in the 90s to provide distribution source out of Hazard. Let's see, originally there was only one 138 to 69 kV transformer at Hazard, the number 1 bank that's being proposed to be replaced. And then in the 80s, we added transformer number 2 as the load grew on our system on the 69 kV grid. We needed to add capacity, so we added the transformer number 2. So it's not like we haven't done anything at Hazard, since it was mostly in its current configuration, kind of dates back to the 40s. But we've done work all through the decade since then to do, replace some assets, add additional assets, and do upgrades. But in this case, we have all these other needs that while you're there, in coordination with transmission planning, with our judgment, we decide this is the time to get it done so that we can do it all at one time under one outage. You don't have to have all the additional mobilization costs that you would duplicate those costs if you did them piecemeal.
So let me ask you this. The baseline project, well, the baseline violation was identified in 2017?
I think that's correct, but you'd have to ask Mr. Ali that question
Okay.
for sure.
But it was within the last 2, 3, 4 years?
Yes.
General time frame. The identification of the need for each of these particular components that needs to be replaced or upgraded dated even before that time.
Yes.
So even in the absence of, the baseline project needing to address these baseline violations, and then perhaps, the thought is perhaps Kentucky Power could address these other issues as well along with it. But the timing of the each of these project components dated before the identification of the baseline violation. And you mentioned that, these needs were identified and prioritized as being significant enough to warrant replacement or upgrade. Why wasn't it done prior to the identification of the baseline violation? Well, let me ask you this. You said that you identified that these needed to be replaced and upgraded, and that you prioritized that to be the case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you include that in, as part of the planning for, the future budget for the maintenance and operation and maintenance of the Hazard substation to include those amounts that would be required to replace or upgrade? Not all, but just any of the more critical components that needed to be done.
Well, there are different departments, I guess. You have Mr. Ali's, the transmission planning part, then I'm with the OPCO that looks at the operations and the reliability aspect. Well, then there's another transmission field services that actually does the maintenance on this equipment. And there's asset performance and risk that looks at the condition and the operations, and so you have a kind of a health score on all the equipment. So there's an immense amount of needs on our system. So we don't plan like in a budget, looking out 10 or 20 years to say, this is when we're going to do this one, because there's competition for the capital resources. So the transmission line, yes, we knew that eventually it was going to come, whether we had the baseline violation or not, that we would need to do a project like this. the baseline was kind of a trigger to say this is the time to actually do the project, because there's a significant amount of work associated with the baseline. So we had the needs of all the distribution breakers, the needs of, substandard platforms, the condition of the transformers that, are gassing, the breakers with all the operations, many of the components are obsolete, so it's hard to find parts for them now. The number 3 transformer, as we mentioned earlier, it's 1941. It's overdue to be replaced. So the timing of these projects is really based on many, many factors.
So, I know that's been stated, that the entire substation is gonna be, the proposed, elements that are gonna be added or basically done to reconfigure the design, the schematic of the substation in order, to isolate, the areas so that, the risk as it currently, under the current design is that there's no sectionalization so that if there's any, a fault in from one asset will have a cascading effect throughout or potential cascading effect throughout the entire substation. So given the current design and, your evaluation of each of these components, in terms of condition, performance, and risk, was there any urgency, 5, 10 years ago when these elements were identified as needing to be replaced or upgraded, that it needed to be replaced in a more timely fashion rather than waiting?
Well, projects such as this, you have all these elements and they're in need of being replaced. So then you have a question, well, when do I replace it? So that's, a decision, like at your house, I need a new roof. Well, do I do it this year or do I try to get another year out of it, So you may have other needs in your home that competes for it. So, you take all the best knowledge that you have at the time and try to decide, well, when am I going to do it? In the past, the hazard station, to me, myself, the beauty of this project is that, well, we didn't decide to replace all these assets with like kind in place and keep the same configuration that we've got. So now that we're doing the baseline project, and we've identified these needs for the assets, then it's a tremendous amount of work that's going to happen to deal with that. So I said, well, while we're there, let's add some additional sectionalizing zones that can improve the reliability of the system for the future.
So you were comfortable in not replacing any or all of the components that had been identified as being needed to be replaced or upgraded after it's been identified within the last 5 to 10 years. You were comfortable with the fact that those components weren't replaced until just within the last year or two.
I don't know if comfortable is the right word. We have, asset needs all over the place. So when you have these old breakers and old transformers, that have issues, you're always concerned, is there going to be a failure? But, I don't have a magic wand that I could wave and replace everything and make everything brand new. And we can't replace everything at the same time. So it take, our system has many, many needs, and it would take
many, many years to address all of them. So with the limited resources, we have to use our judgment to decide when we do replace equipment. So I guess you could say comfortable or agreed that, you know, we wouldn't replace them at a certain time in the past.
I guess it comes down to the issue of reliability, right? The risk of that substation, the reliability risk of that substation, given the project components that are now needing to be replaced and upgraded. If you can turn to your, or staff's, Kentucky Power's response to staff's second data request, item 10.
Staff 2-10?
Yes, sir. Are you there?
I'm there.
Okay. So this is the SAIDI and SAFE values for basically the hazard substation. And for 2016, 2017, and 2018. Do you have the SAIDI and SAFE figures for 2019 for hazard substation?
I don't have them with me, no. We could get those.
Okay. I hate to ask this, but could I request that as part of a post-hearing data request?
Sir. And that's 2019, Quan?
Yes, sir. So for 2016, 2017, and 2018, the SAIDI figure, and that's the, well, can you explain what SAIDI is?
Okay, SAIDI, it's an IEEE standard reliability metric or index. So SAIDI is the System Average Interruption Duration Index.
Okay, so that measures the
That's
minutes of...
the total minutes of outages on hazard station divided by the number of customers that are served.
Okay. And so the values that are provided for 2016, 2017, and 2018, those are minutes in minutes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So for let's look at 2016 and 2018. 2016 is 366 minutes, and 2018 is 404 minutes. How does that rank in terms of Kentucky Power's substations?
That is, if you're referring it to the whole population of substations in Kentucky Power,
Well, I want to do it on an apples-to-apples comparison. You know, the hazard has both transmission and distribution fees. So, to the extent that there are other similar substations that have both transmission and substation,
well,
if,
really all substations have transmission components. You know, they're, even if it's what we would call a distribution station, but
Uh-huh.
all that's there is a distribution transformer
okay,
and distribution circuit breakers that feed distribution circuits.
okay,
You still have transmission lines that
Oh,
feed
yeah.
the power to the distribution station. So that station can still be affected by problems on the transmission.
okay,
So this is, you know, on the, kind of in the high range, you know, of typical performance,
high range, that is it being poor?
poor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then for 2017, what occurred in 2017 to cause the minutes to?
2017 is the number 4 transformer failed. And that took the distribution. I mean, you look at this chart here, I mean, it's this transformer here. And it's really not subject to this proceeding to be replaced, you know, and it was a 1990 vintage transformer that failed unexpectedly. So it really probably had 20 to 30 years of what we call useful life remaining, but it failed.
Right. And with respect to the SAFE, what's a SAFE?
SAFE is the system average interruption frequency index,
Okay. And so that just shows the number of times that there's been an outage?
the number of times, yes.
Okay, for, just focus on 2016 and 2018. So I'm assuming that 2017 is impacted by the transformer number 4 failure as well.
Yes.
Okay. So the safety values for 2016 and 2018, how does that, for the hazard
That's-
substation?
That's not bad. That's pretty good
Okay,
for Kentucky Power.
okay. What would be the average for Kentucky Power?
About 2, if you look at the whole system,
Uh-huh.
it's a little over 2.
Okay. What about the
We can
SAIDI?
provide that number. SAIDI in 2018 and 2019 is, excluding major event days, is like around 480, something like that.
Okay. Wait, is that the SAIDI, the average SAIDI value for Kentucky Power substation is 480?
Not the whole system, all causes,
Right, 480, correct?
around 480.
Okay,
We can provide you the exact numbers.
okay. But then the hazard SAIDI numbers are lower than the average.
Yeah, but that's still a high number. I mean, we have substations that are way lower than that, so when
Okay.
you look,
And then in part B of the response, that sort of identifies the causes of the outages. And in the second bullet, it's equipment failures associated with station or T-line components. Is that equipment failures that are independent of weather, animal intrusion, vegetation, and the like?
yes,
Okay, so that's, so those equipment failures, would that be as a result of, I guess, the age and the condition and the deterioration of that particular component?
it could be. It's not necessarily age. Age isn't necessarily the predictor of a performance of an asset. It's, the design of the asset, what has it been exposed to. You could have like insulators or something that was damaged by weather or damaged by lightning or something like that, and then it subsequently failed, and it would be coded as equipment failure, when really that may not be the exact root cause. You may not be saying, well, it failed because there was a manufacturing defect or a design defect or something like that. That it could be, there could have been a previous incident that could have damaged it.
Sure, but in general, wouldn't you say that an older piece of equipment that's been maintained in a prudent manner would still be in a relatively worse condition than a newer piece of equipment of the same?
You could make that generalization that, an older piece of equipment may not perform as well as a newer piece of equipment, but actually that kind of depends. Like when you install new equipment, there's kind of a higher failure rate of new equipment. Like a new model of a car. You don't buy the first year, because there could be some failures, and then it's like a bathtub curve. So then through the intervening years, it's very reliable. Then when it kind of gets towards the end of its life, then you would see some failures start to
Okay.
increase.
Out of the causes of outages that are listed here, what would be the percentage of failure that was caused by, or what would be the percentage of outage that would be caused by the equipment failure as compared to, weather, animal intrusion, vegetation, or pole fires?
I would have to run some reports to see the percentage. And these reliability numbers for Hazard Station includes the distribution circuits as well. So most of these numbers are coming from the distribution circuit, except for 2017, with the transformer number 4 failure. Overall, in the last 2 years, 2018 and 2019, trees outside the right-of-way is probably 45%. Equipment failure, all equipment failure, including equipment failure on the distribution system is, like I said, I'd have to get you the exact numbers. I'm thinking more of like for the company is in the 10% range.
Okay.
So these aren't really in order by severity. Vegetation is number 1 for us.
Right, so that's why I asked. But in terms of, let me ask you this way. In terms of equipment failures, the number of equipment failures at the hazard substation, and this could just be due to the number of components and the size, or it could be due to the, the condition and the performance of the component itself. If you know, does the hazard substation, does it experience more equipment failures as compared to other substations?
Sitting here, I couldn't answer that for sure without, getting more data to compare. We need to look at the transmission failures by transmission versus by distribution. Yeah, I can't really answer that.
Okay.
For sure.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't want to guess at it.
Sure. Those are all the questions I have.
So let's take a break until 11:45, and we'll try to come back and finish it up. But before we do, Mr. Overstreet,
That would be 2 minutes.
oh, I'm sorry, to 11 o'clock. I'm looking at the
I
clock.
was just gonna stay in the witness.
Sir,
Are you introducing this as an exhibit, or was this just a handout?
it was just a demonstrative. It was part of the application. and
Okay,
just
so
in
you're
case-
not going to introduce it here as additional, okay. All right, let's break till 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, I get paid.
ready, Candace? Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Nguyen, you were done?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Smith, do you have anything?
No questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
Just one. One, thank you for being patient with us. When we're looking at especially the upgrades or the increased functionality of some of these projects, how would those compete with other needs on the system? If you're sitting and looking, it's, okay. Is it on a cost-benefit analysis sort of perspective, is it better to spend the money on these upgrades, this increased functionality? And I recognize while we're in there, or are there needs on the system that would, if you were just ranking need, you would move funds to a different area?
So you're asking if we consider just the increased sectionalizing
Right,
equipment,
just
if we're just adding
increased
the
functionality.
increased
What you're adding,
functionality, not the asset replacement and all that, if we're just doing the increased functionality. How would that rank against other projects?
right. And recognizing that you know the most about that system. You know where there's twine and baling wire, maybe. That being figurative, not literal.
I mean, we didn't do an analysis like that for this project. I mean, you would have to look at
The benefits
the
of the
benefits of the
sectionalizing
sectionalizing versus,
versus the benefits of
benefits.
taking that same revenue, or that same money, and spending it somewhere else. Well, and I guess the answer, we didn't look at it that way, is the answer to the
yeah,
question.
we didn't look at it that way. I mean, if we did have a project like that, we would look at it that way. But this increased functionality is so integrated with this project.
Now,
Now it is.
Right.
And the basic configuration of the station dates back to like the way the industry did it, in the 40s.
right,
So when we want to get the opportunity, we want to bring the equipment up to, modern standards, industry standards. Because of the site constraints of hazard, we can't construct it like if we had open field, we would do a ring bus configuration and all this stuff. So we're wanting to do the increased functionality to get it closer to what, a ring bus performance would be.
but it's been going for a while.
Yeah.
And I guess, and this
Well,
is a function of your testimony earlier about the long list of needs on the
Yeah,
system.
and back to when you
And the
decide to
dollars.
do the,
Right,
well, like this, and the staff question was that, we knew about this 10 years ago, and had all these identified needs, so, why didn't we do it 10 years ago? Well, because we've identified a need, doesn't mean it needs to be immediately addressed. It's a difference, like going back to the roof on your house, you think, well, I'm gonna need a new roof before long. That's not like it's raining and there's water pouring through the ceiling in your.
You don't wanna wait till it's
you don't-
raining
So,
and the water's
so if there is
pouring
an
through the
immediate need when we identify, we will address it. Really, regardless of whether it was budgeted or not in the current year, we'll go ahead and and fix it.
roof's leaking, patch it.
you gotta.
But when you're looking 1 year out and you're making the decision, do I fix the roof Well, while the guys are on top of the house, we could also
Change the gutters.
change the gutters. And we could do metal roof instead of shingles, and we could do architectural shingles instead of regular shingles. And when you do that, you make in your head a benefit cost analysis, right?
That's correct.
Right. And I guess I was just
And
wondering
you're-
where this increased functionality fell on the long list of priorities of the transmission system in Kentucky Power.
I can't really answer that.
Okay.
You know, is that, you know, we didn't really have that separated out by itself, you know, competing for other projects.
Right. Okay. But you can see why my,
I understand the intent of your question because, and that's some of the judgments you have when you're trying to make these decisions.
Right.
But I-
okay. Thank you, that's all I had.
Do you prioritize by levels? In other words, is it a priority 1, a priority 2, a priority 5? Because you've already indicated that you prioritize, but then the projects don't necessarily become funded.
I mean, Witness Ali could probably speak to that. But we do, there's not really like you know, a numerical identifier on priorities. You know, there are, you know, higher priorities, lesser priorities, you know, kind of like we would like to do versus we need to do. You know, we really don't have all the funds we need to do what we really need to do much of the time. So there's many factors that go into deciding, you know, when you're going to execute a project. You know, it could be, you know, projects, you know, competing for the resources, be it labor or capital. You could have a large customer drop in, like the Brady. You know, when that happens, that's going to be you know, consume a lot of resources for the company. So that means we'll have less resources available to direct monies to these other processes and projects.
But isn't the Brady project a standalone? That's not the type of project that we're evaluating here.
No, but it does compete for the resources.
I'll let your answer stand, but would challenge that to a certain degree. I'm interested in how you prioritize. You've already indicated that you have meetings both with resiliency and transmission and with accounting. But you're the guy on the ground that says, I've evaluated these different projects and these are my priorities. Then who takes those priorities and determines whether it's a high priority or a low priority?
Well, that would be collaboration as far as projects that have a transmission need with like a distribution component, or a distribution project that has a transmission component. On transmission asset health and that type of things, that's not my expertise. You know, I'm aware of it, you know, having worked in substation and transmission maintenance. My prioritization as far as the overall work plan for Kentucky is, you know, I want to improve the reliability of the customers. So I'll analyze the performance of different circuits and then look at solutions that could improve the reliability, and then do a cost estimate, kind of conceptual estimate of what I think that would cost. And I can put a forecasted SAIDI number improvement for that project. So for me, you ask me, how do I prioritize? I would look at the projects that can get me the most 80 minutes saved for the dollars spent. So that's my higher priority ones. As far as needing to be done, like an asset health performance, I mean, there's some of that, like, we do look at trends of equipment failures. You know, we've had porcelain fused cutouts, you know, that holds a fuse, like to a transformer or a line fuse. We've had problems with those failing, so we've made those a priority to continue to replace those, you know, each year. We've done that for several years, so that's kind of a priority above some of these others, because there is a little bit of a safety issue with the cutout, because, you know, you can cause a pole fire. So when I work with transmission planning, you know, some of these safety improvement projects might require, like I mentioned earlier, you know, you've got, say, 2 long circuits that go, you know, 30 miles this way and 30 miles this way, and they kind of come close to each other. Well, I can evaluate, like I can construct a tie between them and say, if I do have an outage on this circuit, then I can use this one to backfeed, and even put in distribution automation to do that automatically. You know, another option is like, well, I could put a new substation there, but I'm gonna have to build a transmission line to it and construct the station, which is gonna be more expensive. So I, you know, look at saying, well, how much safety benefits do I get just for the tie line? Then how much benefits do I get if I get a whole new station? There's other needs that, well, if I have a station transformer that I'm projecting, you know, in say 2 years from now, it's going to be overloaded. You know, it's getting close to the number. Then that's going to have a higher priority than a strictly reliability improvement project.
So I'm back to my original question. Is there a level of priority? You've just indicated there's a higher priority and a lower priority. Is it ranked somehow?
Well, we have implemented across the AEP system now to answer questions just like you've gotten. It's a tool, we call it the Project Value Ranking Tool, that considers capital cost, it considers O&M cost, it considers minutes of interruption saved, it considers, well, does it address any risks that we've identified, does it affect like what we call a significant customer, have there been a history of regulatory and formal complaints. May not be all inclusive of all the factors, and then you have a score, like a value for that project, and then it's compared to the cost. So there's a value to cost, you know, and it does produce a number, but still that is just a decision support tool. You know, you don't just say this is, you know, it ranks a 50 and this one's a 45 and this one's a 40, and say that's the order I'm going to do them. You know, absent any other factors, that may be what you would do. And then you start adding up the money till you say, okay, that's my budget. But there's other considerations for determining when you would do a project.
So how many outages would you attribute to equipment failures due to obsolescence or age? You've talked about a bathtub curve where initially there's equipment failures, but after that it flattens out. Where does that figure into the priority level?
Well, on transmission equipment, you know, we have the asset score, you know, that gives us, you know, the asset health score that we use to rank. really obsolescence, because it's obsolete doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna fail. I mean, it does give you an indication, well, you've reached the end of the life, so, you have difficulty keeping it going because you can't maintain it. Like I said, on circuit breakers, you periodically, do rehab on them, but you eventually get where the manufacturers don't support them. You can't get original parts. You can, period of time, you can get remanufactured parts like you can for an automobile. You may not be able to get Ford parts for a Ford, but you can get, aftermarket parts, and they may or may not be as good, and even that supply diminishes over time. So just because it's obsolete doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fail, because it depends on what was the life, what was the environment for that piece of equipment. How many faults did it take? How much did it get beat on? By the environment. Then also like the performance of that model of equipment. It could be, more recent vintage, but it hasn't worked out so well. I mean, AEP has a vast fleet of breakers and transformers and all kinds of equipment that, we look at it, and then, you may see a certain model year or a certain manufacturer, just like these porcelain cutouts, we were talking about, that their, porcelain cutout it lasts for longer than a transformer and a breaker, because it's just a piece of porcelain sitting out there. Now, one thing affects, well, how many times did that fuse blow? Like how many times did a tree hit the line and make the fuse blow? Because it's kind of an explosion, so that affects its life. The problem with these porcelain ones is just the design, the way it was designed. And water, you can crack, and water can get into it and freeze and cause it to crack and break apart. I feel I'm not answering your question.
Well, here's where I'm going with this. In your testimony, you indicated that obsolescence does not necessarily generate a need. And I think previously it was indicated that just because there's incidences above the manufacturer's recommended 10, that doesn't necessarily indicate a need. I think I heard that, both of those statements.
Well, it indicates a need, but not necessarily an immediate need.
Okay. But yet, if I look at the driver for asset replacement installation, 18 of the 20 indicate an example of obsolescence, while another 6 or 7 indicate that the faults exceed the manufacturer's recommended 10. So those are the primary reasons listed in this Exhibit 2.
That's correct.
That's correct. But now we're saying that they're not necessarily overwhelming needs that
That's only to
create
the-
spending.
That's only, excuse me for not waiting until you got finished your question. It's more of the timing of when we execute the project. We had these needs 10 years ago. They were identified. But 10 years ago, we had other needs on the system that had higher urgency than the hazard station. Because we had a lot of 765 air blast breakers that could catastrophically fail. That was not just reliability, but a safety issue, so we had to deal with those. Just a few I can think of, we had some generation retirements that changed the power flow on the bulk transmission system, so that had a higher priority. Well, now, this station scores in the 99th percentile as far as the asset health score. So we knew about it 10 years ago. Now we're 10 years in the future, so the scores have gotten worse. So this is really, the number 1 station as far as Kentucky Power, as far as needs for the assets to be replaced. So that's, why we need to do it now.
I would not argue that it appears that there's a need. I guess my only question in looking at the project was how it became more of a need than a normal O&M need because a project was generated that initially indicated that they weren't required for the CPCN that was issued in 2018. And now, since those were indicated as supplemental, they're not supplemental, they're necessary, but they weren't necessary as a normal operating and maintenance need.
They were identified as a need outside of the baseline as far as asset health. It wasn't, the priority at the time in the past. I mean, like the line that's been approved, that was an asset, it's a 75-year-old line that has a need to be taken care of. So, because, as I said before, because it has a need, doesn't mean you're gonna do it right now.
And I think I understand that. It's in terms of trying to determine how to prioritize, how Kentucky Power does that. And I don't know if we're there yet or not, but I understand in your position what you're saying is how you do it. I don't have any other. Do you have any redirect?
Mr. Paulum, I think.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry.
That's let me pick up right there, actually. When prioritization identifies something as a need, does that mean it must immediately be replaced?
No, it doesn't.
Can you explain to us the difference between a need and an immediate need?
A need is like, an oil leak. It's a concern. Some of these units do have oil leaks in them now. Or you could have give an example on the conditions like the combustible gases in the transformer. When you have arcs and hot spots inside the transformer, you degrade the oil and you produce combustible gases like methane, hydrogen, acetylene, ethylene, ethane, all these things. Well, they can bubble out of the oil and go into the airspace. It's really like a nitrogen blanket above the oil inside the tank. And we do routine maintenance on all this type of equipment. It's checked routinely, regularly, and records are kept, and you take samples of the oil. You actually can use a device where you can take a sample of the atmosphere inside the tank and determine what the percent combustible gases are. Well, then there's like a lower limit. Like as long as it's below that, there's low risk of having a combustion, burning. And then there's like a sweet spot that says, that once you get above the lower limit, you could have combustion. So here you've got a transformer that's got combustible gases in it, and it's got arcs inside of it. So that eventually gets to a point when, you say, hey, this is, and you look at a trend over that, so you see this combustible gas number going up, there's going to be a point you're going to say, it's not safe to let this thing keep going. You're going to turn it off and then mobilize them. So that would be example of a prioritization. Something like that could jump ahead of the queue when something like that happen.
And it goes from becoming a need to an immediate.
Immediate need, or it could be something that's like, well, obviously if it's like a real hot spot, and you see connectors starting to, they're glowing cherry red. We do that. We take the thermal imaging and go through our equipment, we image it to see so you can remotely tell what the temperatures are of components. So to the naked eye, it may look okay, you're looking at it from a distance, then you realize, man, that's several hundred degrees centigrade, that's going to fail. So that would be something that you would do, like, drop what you're doing right now. That needs to be fixed. If it's, you can tell it's warmer than it should be, but it's not to the point that it could damage the conductor or the connector. You say, well, that's due for inspection next year, say. And then
It's a need.
It's a need, and then we'll fix it when we do the inspection. It's not an immediate need.
So you just indicated that Kentucky Power regularly maintains and inspects its equipment, correct?
Yes, it does.
And that would include the equipment that is sought through this application to be upgraded or replaced, correct?
Yes, it's been regularly inspected and maintained
If
since
those,
it's been installed.
if those maintenance and inspections reveal an immediate threat to reliability or safety, does Kentucky Power react to that, and if so,
Yes.
how?
Like a transformer, say, or a piece of equipment like a voltage regulator or some of these, transformers that have internal regulating mechanisms that, you do an inspection of it and then you determine like, there could be like internal arcing. You either by testing the oil, sometimes you can hear it when you're there and nearby and said, hey, I think this thing, could go at any time. So that means all the customers served from that station are at risk of having an outage, and a long one. And that's why we don't want to run things to failure. You could just say, well, we'll let it go till it fails. Well, there's a whole host of issues of not wanting to do that, because you don't get to predict when it's going to happen. It could be, middle of the night or whatever. It could end up being a oil spill that you'd have to clean up. It costs more on an emergency basis. So, it'd be an immediate need, but we'd get our plans together. So one would be, well, can we get a mobile? That'd be one decision you'd make. Well, can this transformer, will it last until we can get a mobile, which typically takes, emergency basis 24 hours to get one brought in and assembled? Or can we transfer load to adjacent stations, so that if they did fail, it would reduce the number of customers that are outaged? If it's immediate threat, like to our employees of the public, we're going to address it right then. I mean, all of our employees have the authority to turn it off, to de-energize the system without even having to contact the dispatch. If they want to turn it back on, they've got to contact dispatch. Or if they do that, they need to contact the dispatch authority as soon as possible.
And have you ever overspent your capital budget to address safety or reliability needs?
Yes, in times of, either capital or O&M. If it's an immediate need, we will do it and take care of it.
In response to a question from commission staff, you were directed to commission staff's second set of data requests, number 210. Do you still have that in front of you?
Yes, I still have that.
Those are, to refresh your memory, the SAIDI and SAFE scores, and you discussed those. I wanted to clarify a point. I may have misunderstood you. I understood you to say that those SAIDI and SAFE scores excluded jurisdictional major event days. The data request, as I read it, indicates that they're included, and I was wondering if you could clarify that.
Yeah, I may have confused people on my answer, especially Mr. Yin, that, in this data response, these do include major event days. This data here does include major event days. When I mentioned the 480, 500 range for SAIDI, for all of Kentucky Power, all the circuits, that was excluding major event days. So that's really not exactly apples to apples, what you were wanting. So with these including major event days, the performance is not too horrible, but that's not the main driver for this project, though. It's not the SAIDI and SAFE numbers.
And either now or in a post-hearing data request, can you provide that kind of apples-to-apples comparison?
Yes, we can.
Can you do it as you sit here today?
I would have to hook my computer up and, do some reporting. And I would want to consult with our reliability guru, because, there's reliability numbers and then there's the official number, because we're constantly scrubbing our data, that we have minutes, so.
Commission staff also asked you a question and predicated it with the idea that this application and the work therein is, and I apologize that I didn't write down an exact quote, but as close as I could get, basically done to reconfigure the station. Is that an accurate statement of why this application was filed?
The application was filed to address the asset needs and to add the additional equipment,
So there were several reasons.
separate reasons. Yes.
Who looks at asset performance?
Well, there's overlapping responsibilities as far as asset performance for the transmission components. That's asset performance and risk. Is a department that interfaces with the transmission field services, because transmission field services performs the routine monthly inspections. Sometimes we want to do more detailed inspection, to look inside the equipment. Then they come up with their asset health scores for the transmission equipment.
And is that something Mr. Ali could speak to?
That's something Mr. Ali could speak to. that-
Similarly, Commissioner Matthews asked you some questions about what analyses had and hadn't been conducted. If an analysis of just sectionalizing had been done, is that something Mr. Ali could address?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. McNeil?
I have one follow-up, if you don't mind. Mr. Laszlo, who defines a need versus an immediate need? Is that Kentucky Power, or is that AEP Transmission Planning Group, or?
No, it would be Kentucky Power, either like from Kentucky Power distribution employees, or it could be station and transmission employees that work for Kentucky Power.
And then ultimately, to repair, replace, and address the immediate need, would that also be Kentucky Power's decision?
That could be depending on the expense and the type of equipment. There would be consultation with transmission planning, because there could be a need other than just, like replacing it like size. You may decide, well, there's a future need that might be, a matter of a few years down the road, that's, if we're going to replace this hugely expensive asset, well, that could be another need that could be addressed at that time. That's part of the decision-making about when would you do something. But I guess, immediate need could be in two classes. One could be like it's a rapidly deteriorating, like it's, imminently going to fail. And then there's another one, like it's really time to turn it off, kind of arrangement. Which is rare, but it does happen.
Okay, and those are both made also at Kentucky
Yeah.
Power level?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be within Kentucky Power, our distribution dispatch center, would look at the operational issues with that. Also, transmission dispatch would interface with distribution. I know it sounds complex, but any employee, if they deem it's immediate risk to safety, they can take action. What happens after that is more input from subject matter experts and management of the company.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Wynn?
Just one question, just point of clarification on the post-hearing data request. So for 2019, you'll provide both with and without
without.
the major event days, and then 2016, 2017, 2018, provide it without the
Okay.
major event days. That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
No questions. Commissioner Matthews?
Nothing. Thank you.
I have one last question. You've indicated that obsolescence or need aren't necessarily reasons for replacement. And in this case, I think it's been indicated that it's an efficiency consideration because you're already going to be working on a project, and therefore, let's take care of it all at once.
Yeah, that addresses the timing of when we address the need. So obsolescence is a need, but it's not necessarily an immediate need. So we have all these needs, so you are correct that while we're doing this other work, it would be more efficient to do this all at the same time, because there's many issues with all this equipment that, one thing we haven't mentioned is cable trenches, for the control cables, that connect the relays and all the monitoring equipment. Well, when you come into a station, you have to hand excavate the trenches. So if you did it piecemeal, you may be saying, I'm gonna replace this transformer, this breaker, and I've got to excavate the trenches to the control house, and I might be passing right by this other piece of equipment. So I fill the trench back in, then I come back and replace this piece of equipment, so then I have to excavate the trench again. So those are considerations of when you decide, when you bring in, like transformers, it takes a heavy, these big cranes, and almost take a little crane to put the big crane together. Well, if you do them separately, you've got to bring that in, and, if it's 4 events, it's 4 times, if it's 3 events, it's 3 times, or 1 event, you got to mobilize all your crews, you got to have outages. There's considerations for, the public, like all this traffic, you may have to block 1 lane of a road or something like that while you're doing work.
So somebody evaluates that. So how much money is Kentucky Power going to save by this consolidation and efficiency effort on this project
Well,
versus doing it on an operating and maintenance perspective?
Well, to us, clearly, there will be efficiencies gained by doing this all at once. I don't have enough information to answer that question because of all these components, like, I would have to know, well, what phases am I gonna do these components in? Say there's 50 components, am I gonna do 25 and then 25, or am I gonna do 10, then 10, then 10, then 10?
But
Or one
hasn't,
at a time, so that's, and mobilization, in the testimony, it's anywhere from 50,000 to 250,000 or more.
hasn't somebody done that evaluation already? Because you're already using that as a basis for compiling this project the way you
Well-
have. Obsolescence isn't necessarily an immediate need.
Well, this is,
Faults aren't necessarily immediate need, but efficiency in order to complete these ancillary items, because you're already going to be doing these other projects. It's been included, and my understanding is, so an evaluation already has to have been performed, and there has to be some dollar amount associated with that. So that should have been done already, right?
there's not been a dollar number put on that because, all these needs are in the 99th percentile, so we said they need to be done now. It's risen to the top that these assets need to be replaced. So we've decided, well, we're not going to do it in a piecemeal fashion.
Okay, as a post-hearing data request, I'd like to know what the dollar amount associated with it is, because we've gone through prioritization, we've gone through whether it's obsolete, we've gone through whether faults make a difference, and we're kind of going in a circle. And so I'd like to know what the savings are associated with this, that it's not done on a normal operating and maintenance basis. You've said it's already in the 99th percentile, the needs have been established, the need was established 10 years ago, you still didn't do it, it's depreciated out. I'd like to know what the dollars are.
Well, we would need to know
I think you already,
what this,
you're gonna have to make that assessment, it's your presentation.
okay?
Okay?
I have one question.
Sure.
In the past, with this commission, the data requests have actually been presented post-hearing in a written form.
They're going to be.
Oh, okay, that was,
Everything, when we get to the end here, we'll go through and make
Okay.
sure that everything is,
thank
that
you.
we know the schedule and when staff will present, and you'll have, if it's not on a piece of paper, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
Mr. Palm, do you have any last redirect?
I do not, Your Honor, thank you.
Can this witness be excused? Please, you may go. Do you have any other witnesses?
I do. We have one last witness, Your Honor. It's Cameron Ali.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? I do. Please be seated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ali.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name, your position, and place of employment?
My name is Cameron Ali, Kamran, last name Ali. I'm Managing Director of Transmission Planning. I work for AEP Service Corporation out of New Albany, Ohio.
Okay. And Mr. Ali, did you cause to be filed in the record of this proceeding testimony and responses to data request?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or supplementations of that?
Yes, I do have one correction to make. It's a typo on page 14 of my direct testimony, line 17. It states April 23, 2018 as the date. The correct date is April 23, 2019.
And with that one change, if you were asked the same questions that are contained in your testimony and in the data request to which you responded, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Witnesses available, Your Honor.
Mr. McNeil?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ali.
Good morning, Mr. McNeil.
I'm going to start with just a few questions about the process with PJM. So a certain number of projects in this application were originally submitted to PJM as supplemental projects, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and they were resubmitted and reclassified now as baseline projects, those certain ones, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any differences in the sort of analysis and oversight at PJM between when you present them as supplemental or baseline? For example, who runs the models or who has the assumptions in each of those types of projects?
Yeah, so Mr. McNeil, if I'm understanding your question right, you're interested in knowing if the supplemental and baseline projects, they follow different processes, planning processes within PJM. And the short answer to your question is yes, they do. Baseline projects are very bright line in nature. They're criteria violations. So in essence, if there is a thermal overload, if we take an outage on the transmission grid, and as a result of it, that power has to now be diverted to another facility, and that facility exceeds its capacity, it's very bright line violation that you can run a model and assess that. Those projects are considered baseline, and PJM has the responsibility in the tariff to not only assess them, but also approve the mitigation plan to address those violations. Supplemental projects, on the other hand, are not bright line in nature. It's really anything that's not bright line is supplemental. So in essence, customer connections are supplemental. If there are any regulatory requirements or compliance requirements, those are supplemental. And similarly, all the asset renewal projects are supplemental. So in essence, just to give you an example of it, PJM would take out a line in the model, and it does not matter if that line was built 95 years ago or if it was built 5 years ago. If that taking out that line results in an overload, then it must be mitigated. The responsibility of ensuring that we don't have lines, we do have lines that operate 95 years old or 100 years old, but the responsibility of making sure that the existing infrastructure meets the design standards and the industry standards, that responsibility is with the transmission owner. So in essence, long-winded answer to your question, yes, they do follow different processes, but there are good reasons for that because they are addressing different drivers.
So baseline, PJM comes to you with its own models and tells you what violation has occurred and what needs to happen.
That is not completely
Not
true.
completely correct.
Just to be very candid with you, in essence, it can be both ways. So it's a
Okay.
top-down where PJM is coming to transmission owners and they're performing analysis of the bulk system using the bulk models, which will have coincidental peak for the entire region. So they're not really worried about Kentucky peaking in summer or winter. They're more worried about what is the peak for the entire region and what are the violations that will happen if in that scenario if there were outages. We also do bottom-up planning. So in essence, AEP has its own local models and regional models to make sure that Kentucky customers' reliability is ensured. At the end of the day, though, both of us have to, agree on those assumptions, and at the end of the day, PJM approves those projects regardless of if PJM identifies the need or AEP identifies the need.
Okay. But in a supplemental project, is it true that AEP would have the data and run the models for its proposed assumptions and resolution? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So in case of supplemental projects, PJM does not have the models to assess that because PJM really does not have the functions. So in essence, PJM has the market function, they have the operations functions, they have the planning function. They don't have the engineering functions, they don't have field resources, they don't have project management resources, they don't have equipment experts. So per the tariff, that's why the supplemental projects were created, because they are relying on the transmission owners to do the day-to-day business, and the enhancement of the grid is what PJM is focused on. So that's the main reason for it. And again, the word supplemental, really from a PJM perspective, since they only run the baseline projects, anything else is supplemental to it. It does not at all mean that those projects are discretionary. It just means they're supplemental to baseline.
Right, as long as you bring it through the M3 process, that's how it works.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Then I just have a few more questions. We talked some this morning about capacitor bank BB and sort of how that was identified as something that in this project, in this application, it no longer needed to be moved, even though in the assumption it was indicated it did. Can you just speak to the internal process of how does AEP and then in relation to Kentucky Power determine what elements of a project are no longer needed or now they are needed, those changes as it goes along?
Absolutely, that's an excellent question. So if I can maybe draw your attention to this one-line diagram. The capacitor bank BB and the switcher that you're referring to is right here. So in essence, the baseline scope of the project was to replace this transformer, 61 to 138 kV. This is overloaded, even though it's a pretty aging transformer and it has condition issues, it also has capacity limitation. And also to rebuild the line that is coming in from Wooten. So originally, our goal was to replace this in place. If you look at the physical configuration of the substation, it's not possible for us to get to this transformer without relocating this capacitor bank. So our original scope was, we'll replace this transformer, but we also will have to relocate the capacitor bank. This capacitor bank is also very old, and as a matter of fact, there are only very few of these circuit switches left on our system because of obsolescence. So the goal was, we'll go ahead and replace the bank, we'll replace the circuit switcher, but since it's really driven by the baseline, this component should be baseline, even though it could be argued that it's supplemental also because it's driven by age as well. Mm-hmm. However, when we started looking at it in more detail and performed some detailed engineering analysis around outages and construction sequence as to how the cranes are going to come in, where the bucket trucks are going to be, it was determined that this would be a very, very long outage of this particular circuit, which would mean that now this whole area is now served from Beckham, 138 kV. So that would result in more toll on the operational folks to be able to manage it in case there is another contingency that happens on the grid. So the new plan was, rather than replacing this in kind, let's replace this transformer in the clear. So if we do that, we can do all the foundations, we can put the transformer, we can do the double testing, and then all we got to do is make the connection to the low side and the high side. What that meant was now the breaker M becomes baseline because now it needs to be moved, otherwise it's not going to be connected. And now we can leave this breaker, switcher BB and the capacitor bank in its place because we don't need to move it. So we changed that scope back to supplemental because it still needs to be replaced from an age and condition perspective.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. No further questions.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ali.
Good morning, Mr. Wynn.
So just going back to the supplemental versus baseline, the supplemental process within PJM, as you described in your testimony, has been revised within the last year and a half. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then you mentioned also that it was as a result of a FERC proceeding that FERC directed PJM to revise its OATT tariff to provide a more transparent process for the supplemental projects, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that it was only to be done in a prospective basis after the tariff had been approved by FERC?
That is correct.
Okay, so do you know when PJM's revised supplemental process became effective?
Yes, Mr. Wynn, it was actually in early 2018
Okay,
when it became effective.
okay. So, any supplemental projects prior to early 2018 were still identified as supplemental under the prior process?
That is correct.
Okay. Were any of the supplemental process, were any of the proposed components in this case that are identified as supplemental in the PJM process, were those under the former process or under the new process?
Yeah, so this project, Mr. Wynn, is very unique in essence that it spans both the former and the new processes. So if I may explain that, in November of 2017 and December of 2017 is when we took this project through the old PJM process. And for the benefit of everyone here, the old PJM process, the supplemental process was that the transmission owners brought the need and the solution at the same time. So we would bring the need and the solution once, and then we'll have 30 days of comment period and bring the need and solution again. So that's why this project was brought to the attention of stakeholders in November 2017 and then followed 30 days later in December of 2017. FERC found that that was not adequate because really you should bring the need first and don't have a solution and then give stakeholders 30 days to maybe provide you alternates or maybe they'll provide you more needs and then you need to start working on the solution. So the new process, that was the big difference there, that you have need and then solution, but you still do it twice. So in essence, when we made the changes to these components I mentioned earlier where capacitor bank BB and the circuit switcher BB became supplemental and breaker M and the low side breaker became baseline, we then had to retake this project through the process and that followed the new process. Now again, since the need was already established in November, we just had to take the solution again. So we did that in April of 2019, April 23, 2019.
Okay, so was it just the capacitor bank BB that fell under the new PJM supplemental process, or were there other components that?
Mr. Wynn, the whole project went through that process again.
Oh,
Yes.
all of the components
Yes.
within the
But,
project?
but only the changes were identified, these were the changes identified, but the entire project was subject to that stakeholder review.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then, I guess I want to get you've heard, the line of questions to Mr. Wohlhaas and to Mr. Laszlo with respect to Kentucky Powers as the operating company and how it identifies the needs in terms of what needs to be replaced or upgraded for the transmission components. So I kind of want to get, from your perspective, what the AEP transmission planning, its role and responsibility within the process itself with respect to Kentucky Power in identifying transmission needs that needs to be addressed as well. So can you talk a little bit more about that in terms of what sort of collaborative participation that AEP Transmission has with respect to an operating company's evaluation and assessment of certain transmission needs?
Absolutely, Mr. Mann. I'll be very happy to answer that. So in essence, the transmission planning organization, which has both the planning function, which is traditional planning that PJM does also. In addition, we have the asset performance and renewal function that I know Mr. Laszlo was alluding to earlier. Our responsibility is to look at the entire transmission grid across the AEP East system, considering that, all customers in the AEP East system are paying for the upgrades that are made, whether they're in Kentucky or West Virginia, and holistically prioritize those assets based on performance, condition, and risk. So what we do is we look at every single asset, whether that is a transmission line or a transmission substation, and we will look at what is the same CMI, customer minutes of interruption, what is the SAIDI, what is the SAFE, what is the MAFE of that particular asset. That then puts that asset on our radar. If an asset has performance issues, that then tells us that it probably has some condition that issues that are resulting in that poor performance. We then dispatch our field services folks to perform detailed inspection of those assets.
I don't want to interrupt you, but when you say the asset, are you just talking about the substation as a whole or the individual components that make up that substation?
It's substation as a whole and
Okay.
transmission line as a whole.
Okay.
Thank you for that. So in essence, the transmission field services individuals then perform the scheduled inspections of those assets. Sometimes we advance them, sometimes if we know that it was recently performed, we can use that information to prioritize that. And as a result of that, we then develop what I would call a health assessment of that asset. Now remember, if an asset like a substation has, in this case, 7 breakers, and each one of them has some concern, the overall health score of that station will be much higher than a substation that may only have a single breaker that has condition issues. So based on that condition assessment, we then develop a risk profile. And that is purely looking at how many customers will be impacted and what is the criticality of those customers if the assets were to fail in that substation or if that transmission line is to fail. So in this case, for example, a water treatment facility that serves the city of Hazard is served off this substation. So that's a pretty critical load for us that will then bring it to a top ranking. Similarly, there is a medical facility that depends on this, ARH medical facility that depends on this substation, and Hazard High School is also served out of it. So that will then also improve, or I should say, increase the risk profile of that substation, which will bring it to a priority list. What then we do is we work with Mr. Laszlo and the distribution planning organization to see where this fits in to the other needs, because there are distribution feeder needs, there may be customer needs, there may be some compliance inspection needs so all of that comes together in a portfolio, and collaboratively we make a recommendation to the Kentucky Power executive leadership, which in this case was Matt Satterwhite, and now it's Mr. Brett Mattison. We make a recommendation to them that here is the risk out there based on the condition and performance of these assets, and here is what we as the technical experts of the AEP Service Corporation are recommending Kentucky Power to undertake. But as far as what projects move forward, that decision is purely made by Kentucky Power.
Okay. So in terms of the health assessment ranking, I know that was provided, let me just confirm. Was it provided in response to the Attorney General's first data request, item 26?
Can you please, Mr. Wynn, repeat the
Sure.
request number?
In terms of the health assessment report that you just mentioned, in evaluating and sort of ranking the health of an asset, in this case a substation. And I just want to ask you if this response shows the result of a health assessment evaluation for the Hazard substation that was done by AEP
Right.
Transmission.
Mr. Wynn, I was just asking which response, can you?
Oh, I'm
repeat
sorry.
that? Oh, my apologies.
It's first data request, staff data request, item 26.
May I approach?
I'm sorry.
You said staff.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the Attorney General's first data request, item 26.
Yes, Mr. Wynn, that is the case, but I will also draw your attention to Attorney General's second set of data request, item number 7, that actually has the actual health information for Hazard substation, item by item.
Mr. Wynn, that's attachment 2 of that response.
Okay. I thought I saw something that was similar to, that's right. Okay. So that this, AG 126 is the scoring for the hazard substation. And then the actual substance of that evaluation was provided in the second data request. Okay, so in terms of, is the health evaluation assessment or report done on an annual basis?
Yes, Mr. Wynn, we perform that analysis every year in May because it takes us roughly 2 to 3 months to, the SADI information and CMI information for 2019 will take us 2-3 months to scrub, make sure we have the right data. So
Okay.
we do that every year on May, but we sometimes also have to do that, repeat that on an ad hoc basis. Our folks are doing inspections on a daily basis. And we have inspection cycles for different types of equipment. So I'll give you an example. Like in the area of Appalachian, we inspect wood pole lines every 6 years, and we inspect steel pole lines every 12 years. So if there is an inspection data we have available 12 years ago, and now all of a sudden a new inspection report comes in, and that shows some more deteriorated conditions, we'll run an ad hoc report to reprioritize that list on that new information.
Okay, so can you refer to Kentucky Power's response to the Attorney General's second data request, item 7, the attachment 2?
Yes, sir.
So this is what you mentioned before, is this is the actual health assessment evaluation for the hazard substation. Can you identify when this was performed?
I'm going off memory, subject to check, but my understanding is this was performed in late 2017, but it was refreshed in late 2018 again.
Okay, so but there's nothing on these slides that show when it was performed.
Actually, if you go back, there is this latest one was updated October 23, 2017. So if you go to the first page
Okay.
of this slide deck, there's a
Right.
date there.
Where it says the revision date after the project sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this identified that the hazard substation is in the 99th percentile of Kentucky Power stations that need to be addressed. What does that mean, that it's in the 99th percentile?
Well, so we have a normal distribution curve. 99 percentile means it's really, really bad in the
Okay.
sense that it needs to be addressed in the very near future. Otherwise, equipment is going to fail. And we have demonstrated evidence of that. This transformer number 13, the reason we're not replacing it because it failed. And we ended up paying close to $2 million to replace that. Whereas if we had a planned replacement of that, it would cost us, significantly less amount of money.
Okay.
So again, we knew that this is, in 2017, we knew that this is needing to be replaced very quickly. Now, it so happens, I will slightly disagree with my colleague, Mike Laszlo, that, it's not really driven purely by, in my opinion, efficiency. Efficiency is absolutely a byproduct of it, and absolutely something our customers will benefit from it. But there is demonstrated failure here, where if we don't address this equipment, this will fail, and we'll come piece by piece and address it, and it will be much more costly for our customers.
Okay. Would you know off the top of your head what the health assessment score for the hazard substation was in 2016 or 2015?
Mr. Wynn, that information should be available. I don't remember top of my head. I will tell you that this process was established in 2016. So anything past that, we probably don't have the exact same methodology, so it won't be an apples to apples comparison, but we should have that information available for 2016.
Okay. So the health assessment, is it the health evaluation review? Is that what it's called?
We call it internally a needs vetting and validation process.
Okay. So that was implemented AEP, across AEP in 2016?
The most recent version of this process and the
Okay.
matrix is 2016. Before that, we were still doing the evaluation, and we were still prioritizing the assets.
Right.
But we have absolutely, I mean, we learned from our findings, and we always are retweaking and improving our process. So the most recent process was implemented in 2016.
Okay. Yeah, so could you provide that for, I guess, 2015 and 2016?
Yes, sir, we can do that.
Just-
Um,
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mr. Nguyen, I just want to understand, because we've really been talking about two different metrics, if you will. We've been talking about the percentile, where the hazard substation ranks among all Kentucky power substations. And then we've been talking about the, colloquially, the health assessment for the components of the substation. And so are you asking for both, or one, or?
Well, let me get that clarified. Is the 99%, the final result, a product of what we see here on the response to AG 2-7 attachment number 2?
Yes, sir, that is correct. They are complementary. In essence, the health assessment then feeds the overall ranking, so you're right.
Okay, so I guess I would want the actual evaluation for 2015 and 2016, as well as what the final number is for those 2 years as well.
The percentile?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. In your opinion, Mr. Ali, would a 99 percentile ranking, would that have changed dramatically from the year before?
We have seen that, Mr. Nguyen. We have seen where things deteriorate very quickly. I mean, I'll give you a very good example of that. And it really depends on the strength of the system. So if you have a lot of short circuit strength available, meaning there are so many lines coming into a substation and it's very close to a generation plant, it will, if there is a three-phase fault, it will generate a lot of energy inside the breakers, inside the transformers. What that would then do is it will segregate the oil such that it has combustible gases in it and moisture in it, which can go from IEEE condition 1, which is just monitor the transformer, to IEEE 4, which is replace it right away in the instance of cycles. So it really depends on what that station is being subjected to, what that equipment is being subjected to. So yes, it is very possible, and we have cases where it becomes immediate need as a result of a fault that only lasted a few cycles, which is less than a second.
Okay, so since we don't have the evaluation for the hazard substation in 2016 and 2015, I'll just ask you your point of view in terms of the characteristics of the hazard substation. Would you anticipate that 99 percentile number to be significantly different in 2016 and 2015?
Mr. Nguyen, I don't want to guess it. My thinking is based on my experience and based on knowing the area and the portfolio of transmission assets that it was slightly lower than 99 percentile back in 2016 and 2017. And I will tell you why, because we have a line that goes out of this substation that is the Wooten line from Hazard to Wooten. That's a 1940 wood pole construction. It has roughly 80% of the structures have some damage to them, whether it's woodpecker holes or burnt insulators or vegetation that grows through the pole because it's hollow inside. So it goes through the pole and goes to the top. That line, I remember, was a high priority for us, and we were already looking at doing something with that line, in essence, either replacing the structures or rebuilding it entirely when it became a baseline violation in the 2017 analysis. So sometimes, you're monitoring that, you have plans to replace it, and then it becomes also a thermally limited asset, and that's what happened in that case. So I know jointly, we absolutely were looking at this station back in 2015, 2016, and our plan was to address that supplementally, all of it, based on age. And then just the PGM analysis demonstrated that since the line is so old and the conductor is so small, it's also not meeting the capacity limitation, and that needs to be addressed immediately.
Okay. So now that, based upon the 2017 health assessment report for the hazard substation showing that it's at the 99th percentile, which reflected an immediate need to address those concerns, at what point would the result from the health assessment report trigger an immediate need to address those outside of it being at the 99th percentile?
Yeah, so Mr. Wynn, our philosophy is that, as soon as we identify these needs, we develop solutions for them, and we take them to the Kentucky Power Company or any other operating company of the AEP system, and we make recommendations to mitigate them. Of course, the companies have to also make sure the prioritization of T and distribution and generation is all looked at and determined then based on that prioritization as to when is the appropriate time to undertake the relevant mitigations, if you will. And again, if there is a safety risk or we think it's going to blow up right away, we absolutely will highlight that as part of it, and that's part of our making our decision making. I hope I answered your question there.
So I guess it really isn't, well, is the 99th percentile the absolute level that would need some action to be done immediately?
No, I
No?
would not say that.
Okay.
In my opinion, even if you're at 60 percentile, it may be that you're in an operating company where assets are really very poor condition-wise. Even 50 percentile means it's really bad because they're being compared with other assets. So I don't think we should be using that number as a criterion or a threshold and say, okay, go replace anything above 70 percentile. We have to look at each asset, station or line on its own merit and see what is the risk to that. So in this particular case, I know Mr. Vice Chairman there had a list of breakers, and you were talking about how many faults it has. So if you look at this substation, why does this substation have so many faults? Well, because it has a single bus, single breaker arrangement. So in essence, this breaker is not there today, it's recommended. This breaker is not there today, it's recommended. This breaker is not there today, it's recommended. This is not there today, it's recommended, and this is not there, it's recommended. So what's there today is only single breaker. So anytime we have a fault on this bus, or that line, or this line, or this line, we pretty much take the whole substation out. So every single breaker in the substation opens up, and that's a fault. So as a result of that, adding the functionality, what it does is it reduces the number of faults the breakers will see for elements that are not even connected to them. It also expands their lifespan. So in essence, we have to look at that holistically to make that determination. We can't just focus on a single piece of equipment.
Okay. So is it fair to say that if an asset registers in the 99th percentile, that it would require some additional review of what's causing it to be ranked that high?
Absolutely.
And to determine what necessary steps would need to be taken to remediate that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just one last question. It's one for clarification for me. In terms of the communications the communication equipment upgrade for the Wooten substation, I believe that on Exhibit 2 it identified the Wooten communication substation, even though it was built in, the substation was constructed in 2006, that communication system was already out of date.
Yes, sir. So if you look at Wooten substation on the same ranking prioritization, it's 27 percentile. So there are really not many assets at Wooten substation that we need to upgrade from an asset renewal perspective. However, when we replace this breaker and this transformer and this low side transformer, then you also have to upgrade the relaying protection scheme. What that protection scheme is doing is protecting this transformer and the line and the bus in case of a fault. So if there is a three-phase fault here, it's going to draw thousands of amperes, which will deteriorate the equipment in seconds if we don't interrupt that fault. So what these breakers do is they open up to ensure that the transformer is not subject to that much amperage over a little amount of time. For that, you need protective relays. Those relays are looking at amps, they're looking at voltage, they're looking at impedance and making determination based on that if there is or there is not a fault on the grid. When we upgrade those relays, they also need to communicate to the remote end, which is Wooten. Because if the fault is on the line, the relays will say, trip both breakers. Because if you only trip this side, that doesn't clear the fault. You also got to clear the Wooten side. Similarly, if the fault is right here, right next to this breaker, the relay may not see that to be on the other side because the distance is so small between this side and that side. So the relay will block that other relay and say, don't trip because the fault is on my other side. I'm the one who needs to trip. For that, you need communication equipment, and you need to make sure both of them are synced up and they speak the same language. If you don't have that, you won't be able to coordinate the protection scheme.
Okay, so is it because, and I understand that the communication, well, all three components for the Wooten substation has been reclassified from supplemental to baseline in order to terminate or connect that 161, the new 161 kV line. So is it that the communication system that is the relay system that's being upgraded from the Hazard substation has to be the same make, model, whatever, for the Wooten substation? And so even though the Wooten substation was constructed in 2006, it just had a different communication system in place that would now be not able to communicate with the Hazard substation.
I think simply put, that is correct, but I think it's a little bit more complex than that. It's not really the communication system, it's the relays.
Right.
Really think about it's the computers. In 2006, it's 14 years ago, these computers really don't last that long. So the computer that was installed at Wooten Station in 2006 is really now obsolete. Nobody makes it, nobody repairs it, the software doesn't even work on it, no updates are coming. So really, for that computer to work with the new computer that we're going to be installing at a Hazard Station to do the protective relaying, they have to speak the same language.
Okay, so absent the upgrade to the 131 kV line, or is it
161.
61 kV line from Wooten to Hazard, absent that, the communication or the relay system at the Wooten substation would be functional for that substation as it is. Do you understand my question?
Can you please repeat that?
Sure. So if the 161 kV line from Wooten to Hazard was not constructed, was not needed, was not built, and the Wooten substation, the communication relay system as it is now, wouldn't be outmoded. It would still function as it was intended to do.
Yes, sir, that is correct. Yes, it really depends on the line, and to clarify, it really also depends on the transformer replacement. Both of them combined are driving the replacement of the relays communication system at Wooten. If we were not doing that baseline project, that communication would be sufficient. However, if we were to not do the baseline project, in my personal and professional opinion, we still will have to come and replace the transformer and the breaker because of the asset renewal concerns. And that in itself will then drive the communication upgrades at Wooten.
Okay. Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
I have no question. Commissioner Matthews?
I think you were punted my question on how much was base load and how much was supplemental with regards to the total project cost.
Yes, Your Honor, I can absolutely answer that. So, Your Honor, in essence, the overall project is $44-some million, which also includes the line which was approved as part of another case. So what's now left is the substation, and roughly $3 million of that is baseline, and roughly $22.8 million is supplemental. As far as your question, Your Honor, about cost allocation as to how much Kentucky customers are paying for it, in essence, supplemental projects, just like baseline projects, are allocated to the entire AEP transmission zone. And that cost allocation is based on load share. So 6% of this cost for the entire project, whether it's supplemental or baseline, is borne by Kentucky customers. And the remaining 94% of this cost is going to be allocated to the other zones within the AEP system. That is true also for projects that are done in Ohio. They have a cost impact in Kentucky.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's all I got.
I only have one comment, and I'm going to go back to this need versus efficiency. This exhibit that was presented, in almost every case, indicates obsolescence due to age, obsolescence because it won't communicate, or there's faults in it, and it mentions the number of faults. And if I understand in all the testimony that I've heard, those are really irrelevant from an overriding prioritization for Kentucky Power. Is that an accurate statement?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe that. I don't agree with that. In essence, obsolescence does drive needs, and it does drive projects. Because in cases like this, we have to plan for what will happen when this equipment fails. And if the equipment is obsolete and we don't have parts available to repair it, then absolutely replacing it is the main driver. Now again, you gotta, I think maybe there is some confusion is what is the level of obsolescence, right? I mean, if the obsolescence is just associated with a cabinet of a circuit breaker control, well, that's something we can deal with. We can repair that. We can build it ourselves. But if the obsolescence is associated with the contacts of the breaker inside the breaker, which are interrupting the fault, that obsolescence means you really gotta replace it. I mean, using an analogy of a car, yeah, if your seats are obsolete, maybe you can still drive it. But if your engine is obsolete and if it was to fail and you can't repair it, period, then that drives a different decision.
So I'm going to go back to testimony from the two prior gentlemen, witnesses, that indicated that in evaluation, there's really no, excuse me, a structured prioritization of need. It comes down to dollars, and if a part is failing to the point of it's an immediate need, but it doesn't necessarily depend on obsolescence or fault. And I still haven't been able to determine how prioritization is established, because Mr. Laszlo indicated that he has his particular prioritization, but at that point, once his priorities are established, I'm not certain how those are presented to put it in the hierarchy of what's the most pressing and what's not the most pressing.
So, Your Honor, that's an excellent observation and question, and I absolutely would like to clarify that. So please let me know if I'm not able to get there, because I think we have all the information to answer that question. So in essence, in my opinion, it's a loop process. So my responsibility as the head of the transmission planning organization is to tell the operating companies what are the risks out there, what are the needs out there, including obsolescence, including equipment failure, including safety and SAIDI. That observation that I make then goes into the budgeting process. We have these, what we call investment review committee meetings, which are attended by the leadership of all the OPCOs on a yearly basis, where they will go and solicit funding, budgeting, based on those needs. Now, of course, the needs are almost always more than the budget in any operating company, and I think it's true for all utilities across America. And when that happens, we have to draw a line on that need, and we do that through collaboration and engineering judgment. I mean, how much risk are we willing to take? What is the type of risk? Is it a personal safety risk? Is it an employee safety risk or a public safety risk? If that is the case, that's number one priority. If it's a PGM or a compliance mandate, meaning that if we don't do that, there are fines associated with it, absolutely that becomes a number two priority. If it's as a renewal risk, that comes three, because yes, that is a risk, it's going to fail, but as long as we believe it's not going to hurt people, it's not going to result in compliance violation, that's a risk that we will manage. Of course, in a world of unlimited capital, we will be addressing all those needs, but we make those decisions, in my opinion, professionally and in an educated manner.
So you mentioned three priorities. Safety came first. If it's going to cost dollars because it's a violation, number two, and then there was number three. Are those three structured as policy in Kentucky Power, or are those three that you used as examples in to
I just use them as an example. I mean, there are many other things in there that go into the into the prioritization methodology. So those are just three examples, broad examples. I mean, we can have customer jobs. That will be absolutely a priority also above asset renewal. It's like, so Your Honor, there are internal drivers and external drivers for needs, right? And if you think about it, the external drivers for needs are compliance, safety to personnel and public. It includes contractual obligations. That, we may have built a line on public right of way, it needs to be relocated, that's a contractual obligation. It may include things like customer services. There are tariffs that states have that if a customer comes, you need to hook them up. Those absolutely take a higher priority over internal drivers, which are asset renewal, obsolescence, performance, condition, things like that.
So not to interrupt you, but
Yes, sir.
I understand all of those variables. Is there a structured hierarchy procedure that Kentucky Power uses that assigns a value so that we could see how those priorities are established? Or are all of those variables you're speaking to just a function of a group that interacts with each other and says, I think this is a higher priority than this one? Or is there something that's actually exists that says, this is how we do it?
Your Honor, we don't, if your question is there a documented process or policy
Yes,
out there?
yes.
The answer is no. But it is what I would call an established principle that we have, and it's true for not just AEP, other utilities as well. We have this established principle as to how these projects are prioritized, and we absolutely use that consistently.
And my only comment is, when it's not structured or written, it becomes subjective, and subjective usually means it goes to those that are making the decisions. Not all bad, I'm just saying, it's hard for an evaluation from an outside organization to understand the policies within Kentucky Power, because you're very well versed in the operation of Kentucky Power. But from an outsider, I can only understand from the perspective of listening to you testify for some short period of time, rather than understanding how something works if it's laid out procedurally for the organization as a whole to understand.
Your Honor, that's an excellent observation. If I may, we absolutely have some subjectivity built into our process, and we really need that subjectivity because, in my opinion, at the end of the day, like the gentleman that came in earlier, we are very mindful also of the rate impacts of what we're doing, and we have to be. I mean, these are our customers for last 100 years. We want to serve them for the next 1,000 years. And in essence, that subjectivity is built in for asset renewal type decisions, that how much risk can you take, and when is it going to fail? Obviously, if we had a crystal ball, we would replace assets right before they fail, so we get the maximum value out of them. But that doesn't happen, so we use our knowledge, we use the equipment failure rates from the past to make those determinations. But yes, there is some subjectivity built into it, but it's by design to ensure that we are making the right decision for our customers. I'll give you an example, very simple one. I mean, I ran into it in another operating company. So priority number one is going to cost you $40 million to fix. Priority 2, 3, 4 combined will cost you 30. In that case, the decision, subjective decision is, let's take care of these, we're going to get much bigger bang for our buck. So that subjectivity is there to ensure that we are doing the right things for our customers, in my opinion.
So I'd make one last comment. Subjectivity is also varied to the degree of the personality that presents it and how the group accepts that opinion. So there's a multiplier or an exponential factor that goes with subjectivity when different groups meet in order to establish a priority that's not set in any type of a policy or procedure.
Absolutely, sir. And that's why I think one thing that we do at AEP is we meet quarterly. All the organizations will quarterly meet with Brett Madison at Kentucky Power, generation, distribution, transmission, and we present our cases so that we have this clearinghouse at the executive level that can ask those tough questions and make sure we're focused on the right priorities at the end of the day.
Do you have any other questions? Mr. Overstreet,
I
would
am
you
the
like to
right one this
redirect?
time. Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Ali, I have a couple of questions for you. You spoke about the allocation of the cost of this project. And you said it's first allocated, or that it's allocated to the AEP zone, and then within the zone, it's allocated to the various operating companies. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
And and I may have missed it, did you put a percentage or a?
Yes.
And what is that?
Yeah, so let me kind of, maybe, I think it's important to maybe highlight it, because I want to make sure the record is clear. So in essence, the cost allocation for baseline and supplemental is different. Baseline projects that are higher than 345 kV, double circuit, 50% of that cost is allocated to the entire PJM zone. The remaining 50% is allocated to the transmission owners that are benefiting from that project based on distribution factors that PJM performs. Projects that are less than 345 kV double circuit, 100% of the cost is allocated to the benefiting zone. This particular project has both baseline and supplemental components. And the baseline component DFAX is 100% to AEP zone. So really the baseline is going to be allocated entirely to AEP zone, and supplemental always, regardless of voltage, are 100% allocated to AEP zone. So this so happens, in this case, that both the baseline and the supplemental components are 100% allocated to the AEP zone. Now, within AEP zone, we got the eastern operating companies of AEP, which make up 82% of that zone. And then we got some wholesale customers like Buckeye and AMP and of the world, which make up 18% of that. So that cost then is allocated to those entities based on their load share, how much load they have of the entire system. For Kentucky, that's 6%. So this $44 million is roughly 5.6 million of NITs, annual ATRRs, and 300,000 will be assigned to Kentucky Power customers. So out of the 5.6, 300 goes to Kentucky, the remaining goes to other jurisdictions within the AEP zone.
And just to clarify, that 6% allocating percentage is applied without regard, and with respect to this particular project, is applied without regard to whether it's a baseline or supplemental component?
Yes, in this case, like I said, the DFAX, which is true for most projects, the baseline projects, DFAX, if they're lower than 345, they're really only serving the local system. So the DFAX was 100% to AEP, and the supplemental are always 100% to AEP zone. So in this case, the total responsibility for Kentucky customers is 6%, and the rest of that is allocated to other zones within AEP.
Which is great, except that also means we get 6% of the line in Cleveland or someplace.
Columbus.
No, Columbus.
Yes, you're right.
Mr. Ali, was there an analysis performed that examined the proposal with respect to the functionality components of this project, or the sectionalizing components of this project?
To answer that question, when we think of analysis, we're thinking of some number crunching, and some number comes out and says yes or no. It's a threshold type analysis. There was no threshold type analysis performed. But absolutely, we looked at why we need to enhance the functionality. And I'll give you an example of that. This particular transformer, it's not showing here because this is the proposed configuration. But if you look at the existing configuration, it has a ground switching MOAB. And the ground switching MOABs were really good 70 years ago because they were very cheap to install, and we really didn't care that much about, or I shouldn't say that, we didn't really know the reliability impact of those ground switching MOABs. So what a ground switching MOAB does is, if there is a fault on this transformer, there is no breaker here. So the breaker is sitting at Beckham, far away. So that breaker won't be able to see the fault that far out. And the transformer inside is pretty hot. You can imagine 700 degrees Celsius. The gases are, breaking from the oil, and it's going to blow up if that fault is not cleared. So what we did was we put a ground switching MOAB, which will close a switch, a very cheap device, to put a temporary fault up here on the line. Now the transformer, the breaker there can see that and it will open up. So as a result of it, we were putting more faults on the transformers. They were delayed clearing wise, and we were operating this breaker for every fault that is happening anywhere on the grid. So it is our standard now, because what we have realized is those breakers don't last very long and the transformers are deteriorating quickly. So it is now our standard that we will eliminate these ground switching MOABs when we go in a substation. So this functionality, in my opinion, doesn't require that threshold analysis, because if we don't do it, then whatever equipment we're installing, including the transformer, it's not gonna last very long.
Okay, thank you. And then, I'm going where no attorney should. I'm gonna try to do some lawyer math.
I hate that.
I just want to clarify the notion of a percentile, okay? And we talked about that hazard substation being at the 99th percentile. Is it accurate to say that a percentile is a relative ranking among the population?
Absolutely, I mean, that's what it is.
And would it also be accurate to say that a particular substation's percentile could change depending not only on the condition of that particular substation, but the condition of every other substation to which it's being compared?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, again, if there is another substation which all of a sudden overnight had a three-phase to ground fault, which is the most severe fault, and it's located very close to a generator that is running, you can imagine 40,000, 50,000 amps going through that transformer. It will be a priority next day to replace, right? So those prioritizations do change, and as a result of it, percentiles do get shifted around.
And so if if in year one, a substation that had a lower percentile for whatever reason, some sort of emergency or whatever, those needs were addressed, I've got it backwards. I told you lawyer math.
Yes, sir.
If a higher substation were addressed, and those needs, and so it would fall down, then everything below it could move up. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay. And could you provide some further explanation about, I think I'm right on this, about why we have elected, why Kentucky Power has elected not to replace, was it circuit breaker R in this project?
Yeah, and again, if you look at the asset health score, circuit breaker R is also in need for replacement, in my opinion. But we did not want to waste investment and have our customers pay for something we're really not going to need long-term. So if you look at it, there are two lines going to Bonnyman Station, 69 kV. And our ultimate plan is, based on the condition of the wood pole lines, that one of those lines will probably be upgraded to 138 kV. So we will probably be, in the coming years, to address the Bonnyman line and upgrading it to 138, we will probably be getting rid of this circuit up here, which would render breaker R unnecessary.
And is that because breaker R is 69 kV right now?
Yes. Yes.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Mr. McNeil?
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Wynn?
Just one additional clarifying question. Mr. Alley, there were two alternatives that were considered to this project, correct?
Mr. Wynn, are you referring to the hazard substation or the line and the substation?
Just to the hazard
Yes,
substation?
sir. That is
Yes.
correct.
So the first alternative was it a construction of another substation at a different location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that price tag was 35 million?
Actually, that was a conceptual estimate.
Okay.
So you can imagine this was 20 million conceptually. So apples to apples, yes, that was almost 2 times the cost of doing this.
Okay, and then the other alternative was to reconfigure the 69 kV to a ring loop?
Yeah, so that also required a new property. So both of the
Oh.
options required new properties. Either we can just move the entire substation to a new location. And this location is in a floodplain, so everything is elevated. So ideally, for us, it would be good if we can move this substation to a new location. And by doing that, we could also have a ring bus arrangement. So, I mean, with the same number of breakers, if you were to put it in a ring bus, it makes it even more reliable. You only lose a single element for a single outage, whereas now we can still lose two elements for a single outage because of space constraints. So that was the ideal, in my opinion, application or recommendation. The problem was we could not find a property close to this location. So what that meant was we had to go 5 to 6 miles away, and that would require us relocating all these lines, which would be a significant cost and impact to the communities.
Okay.
So we decided to stay here and add the functionality. Of course, it's not a ring bus, but it's absolutely better than what we got there today.
So that was why there was no costs or cost estimate assigned to that second alternative?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
just the feasibility was an issue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Any other questions? I have nothing else. May Mr. Ali be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's our final witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. McNeil, do you have anything?
I do not have anything further.
Mr. Nguyen?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. So there were several requests for information. Mr. Nguyen, I presume that you can have something out by the 6th? Today's the 4th, 2 days, couple of days?
Sure.
And will you be able to respond by, let's say, the 21st? That's 2 weeks?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you had a post-hearing data request, did you not, Mr. Paul?
We offered one.
I think it was the same in terms of the stadium safety.
Right.
With and without the event day, the major event day. So I'll incorporate that in mine.
You'll
That would-
incorporate it, so he will be the official
Scrivener?
script of the hearing and let you know in writing what it is that's being requested so that you can respond appropriately. There's no other motions, no other,
I was just wondering if the commission would be interested in briefs.
are you interested in
I would be very
preparing a
much
brief?
interested.
Okay, so I'm going to defer to the chairman here a little bit on scheduling briefs because he's much better than I am at.
So if your, I guess, response is 2 weeks from Friday, how much time, Mr. Overstreet, would you like for a brief? Is there a time limit or
There
not?
is not, other than the mention by Mr. Lonas at the beginning of an order by May, end of May, or?
First May.
Okay.
Okay, well, we got plenty of time then.
Yes,
so-
Your Honor. Mr. McNeil, I don't, do you have
If it,
20 days?
that would be fine after the 21st. I mean, March is, yeah, okay for us.
20 days, and then what about some sort of brief replies, simultaneous brief replies?
Well, if you start, I guess you're not going to brief until the data requests are responded to, right? So that would be the 21st. So if you had 5 days to the 28th, 6, what are you talking about, 13th or 20th? If you had 2 weeks, I mean, you're talking about how many days do you think that you'll need? You're going to be briefing first, right?
Okay, so we're going to do it.
I mean, I know we talk about simultaneous. I don't like simultaneous briefs
I
myself.
don't-
I mean, I think you ought to have the opportunity to respond. But I mean, if you want to, that's
No, no,
okay.
I
But I'd
do. I
rather
was
have the
just trying-
brief, the response, and the reply brief.
So let me turn to my
Okay, sure.
co-counsel here. Fourteen, 10, would that,
That'd be fine.
That'd be fine.
Well, you could go from the 20, your brief could be due on the 6th. Attorney General's on the 20th, and then you could go on April 1st, April 2nd. Fine. That'd give you about 10 days, 14, 14, and 10.
That would be fine.
Right. Okay. All right, we'll see that order gets out here this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, does that take care of all business as far as, there's no motions, anything else?
No exhibits, dinner, or anything, so.
This meeting is adjourned.